Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you to the second International Expert Exchange held by You Lead with Europe. The program You Lead with Europe, it's the program of empowerment and accountability at local levels, which is financed by the European Union as well as the member states, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, and Slovenia, as well as Estonia. My name is Evgen Duhovich, and I am pleased to be the MC of today, as well as tomorrow. I am Senior Advisor in You Lead with Europe. I'm very happy to see you today, and I'm very happy that you join us today. It's a great pleasure and honor for us. We are holding such a big event online, and I hope everything will work out well. So a few things about our event. The reform of local self-government very recently changed the basis for the implementation of regional policies. Today, we have 1,469 territorial communities that already have the power, the mandate, and resources to develop their own strategies of development and implement them in line with their own visions of how to make the lives of their citizens better. Therefore, today's name of the title of today's event, The Trust, Institutions and People, the Empowerment of Communities, it's about the key pillars that have to stick together and fit together as the successful implementation of the strategy at local level. In 2021, Ukraine enters this year with a new paradigm of planning for strategic development at regional levels, and this is already part of the strategy of local regional development. It's part of the strategic document that had been preparing for a long time and was recently signed into effect, and as well as adopted by the Parliament of Ukraine. So because of all of these events happening so recently, I believe that this is a really apt time and a wonderful opportunity for us all to get together, collect these, all of the experts, Ukrainian officials, foreign representatives, representatives of Ukrainian self-governments, in order to see how the strategy of self-government at regional level will be implemented and what priorities we're going to pursue. Today you will hear the opinions of experts from a great number of countries, about 10 or 12 foreign countries, the United States, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Poland, Slovenia, Serbia, and a number of other countries. And I believe that, first of all, today's expert discussion will be very useful, professionally speaking, but also for those who are just interested in the development of regions and the amalgamated communities development, will also find something helpful for themselves. And now we need to move on to the welcome speeches, because we have already taken 3 to 4 minutes because of technical problems. Now I would like to give the floor to our first speaker. This is Ms. Olga Stefanishina. She's Deputy Prime Minister in European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine. Ms. Olga, the floor is yours. Dear participants, guests, and organizers of today's conference, for me, it's a great honor and privilege to present here at the opening of this event, and I'm hoping that today's discussion will become a wonderful platform for discussing the achievements as well as plans in the reform of decentralization that we are facing with today. As Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, it makes me proud to say that the government is doing everything in order to focus not only on financial decentralization and forwarding the powers to the local governments, but decentralization of entire state policies, because the European Union and NATO is something that we are pursuing as a whole country. Therefore, the priority of European integration for us is at the top of our agenda. The reform of local self-government is not the main part of our association agreement or the obligation for NATO association, but this is a main element of democratic transformation for Ukraine, one of the most successful reforms that has been going in Ukraine since the times of the Revolution of Dignity, the strengthening and the development of local regional governments in order to achieve the constitutional purposes, as well as gaining the status in NATO and the EU. The decentralization brings us closer to EU because we're delegating authorities and dividing political priorities and strategies, not only at the central regional level, but also at local regional levels. So today, Dnipro and Kharkivsky region, we have many hubs set up in order to swap experiences, knowledge, and in order to invite investments for Ukraine to go into the market of the European Union as well as other worldwide markets, and to be supported in terms of European standards at the level of legal base and bylaws. So for me, it's extremely important to stimulate Euro integration in regions, because so much has already been done at the central level, and we want this knowledge is not concentrated only in Kiev. And one of the main tools that I have underlined, this is the Office of Euro Integration, and such offices are going to be ushered in Poltava and Khmelnytsky next year. And we are happy that a lot of regions in Ukraine, amalgamated territorial communities, have already appealed to us in order to set up such offices in their regions. I'm sure that this is a wonderful initiative that will help us to concentrate and consolidate our efforts in order to use and tap into the best potential that we obtain because of our trying to enter the European Union. And now we see the results of such integration, or efforts to integrate into the European Union, and the first piloted project of the state policies. It's not something that we do in order to enforce our powers, but on the contrary, in Khmelnytsky, they opened at the basis of one of the state-owned enterprises a Swiss confederation in order to invite and attract investments. It's not only one of the successful examples of collaboration with the foreign commerce, but one of the good examples of supporting a local enterprise, creating new jobs and promoting new opportunities and exchange of industries, as well as scientific cooperation. And such examples are already numerous, and I'm happy that today in these discussions we have an opportunity to demonstrate these results and share them with you. Thank you, and I wish you to have a wonderful discussion and very interesting talks. Thank you, Ms. Olga. Thank you for your warm words, for this beautiful welcome speech. I believe that because decentralization is not part of our Euro integration, but in no way is our entry of the European Union possible without a powerful and capacitated governments, local governments, and in this respect, of course, it's invaluable. So, in order to hear what the European Union thinks about the Ukrainian decentralization, about the shift in the paradigm of the governmental policies, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Matimasikas, Ambassador of the European Union to Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome the participants of this year's International Expert Exchange on the Development of Municipalities. And I thank the organizers, the ULEAD with Europe, which is one of the biggest and certainly most successful cooperation programs in the field of decentralization worldwide, with an overall budget of 140 million euro. I'm proud that the model of this program, where the European Union support is reinforced by member states providing their own contribution. Member states Denmark, Estonia, Germany, Poland, Slovenia, and Sweden. Following the forum organized by ULEAD a year ago, I'm very happy to see that it's building its tradition as a well-established platform for international experts exchange on decentralization. The timing of the conference is very pertinent. Yes, the year 2020 will be remembered worldwide mostly by a pandemic, but the year of 2020 is historical for Ukraine in terms of decentralization. We are marking the completion of the key stage of reform. The administrative map of the country is now redrawn based on a new structure of the local self-government. The recent local elections held on that basis were a milestone in this process. Last week, I visited Dnipro and Lviv, and I could once again see how dynamically Ukraine develops outside Kiev as well. I did visit the ULEAD office in Lviv and had an opportunity to exchange with the newly elected mayor from the region, and I was able to discuss with them how they are getting ready to take new responsibilities. The progress of decentralization reform is astonishing. Over the year of 2020, Ukraine finalized a 5-year-long process. Nearly 11,000 settlements and villages have now been amalgamated into 1,469 municipalities or hromadas. The reform was widely welcomed by the people of Ukraine, and it was indeed commended by international community, by us who have been providing support. It is clearly one of the biggest success stories of Ukraine since the Revolution of Dignity, and as Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishyna just said, indeed, it has brought Ukraine closer to the EU. The day after the local elections, Ukraine is entering a new era in which hromadas have new resources and new responsibilities to exercise their rights for local self-government and thus best serve their citizens. But it's, of course, no time to rest on the laurels. Now it is essential that reform will be implemented and fully embedded in state infrastructure so that its positive results can be felt all across the country. In this context, I want to stress that decentralization is, of course, way more than just an administrative or administrative territorial reform. In fact, decentralization is a cross-cutting transformation which impacts on many areas of state activities. Today, it's time to look forward and to make the most out of the potential that decentralization has created. No doubt this exchange of today will allow us to transfer what we have collectively learned and how to continue our work benefiting from each other's experiences. 2 interesting days lay ahead, since the conference embraces all the key components of a successful local self-government, more down to earth, such as finance or institutions, but also more intangible, and yet absolutely essential for building a sustainable model, which is trust. It allows creation of networks of practitioners, local traditions, and social processes conducive to cooperation. I wish you a very fruitful and intellectually engaging event. I'm personally looking forward to participating in the first panel with Minister Chernyshov and my colleagues, ambassadors from Denmark, Germany, and Slovenia. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пане посол. Я також очікую вашу першу панель. Думаю, вона буде дуже цікава.
Thank you, Mr. Posol. I'm also looking forward to our first panel discussion. I would simply like to say, and as a follow-up to what you said concerning the potential of the communities, the 4 years of our program of ULEAD in Ukraine really shows that the investment into the development of municipalities goes back in the best way, pays back in the best way, and it really becomes impactful for what is bringing about change. Therefore, ULEAD with Europe is definitely, first of all, about that. And we are very proud that we have an opportunity to implement these things in Ukraine. And I would like to give the floor for once again welcome speech to someone who has really contributed so much, perhaps even more than all of us. This is Mr. Bastian Feigl, GIS Program Director of ULEAD with Europe.
Thank you very much, dear Yevgen. Thank you for giving me the floor. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the second International Expert Exchange, Development of Municipalities, Trust, Institutions, Finance and People, organized by ULEAD with Europe. Indeed, this year our forum differs a lot from the last one we had in December, the first one that we had, where we met in the House of Decentralization in Kiev. Actually, we needed almost a year, I'd say, to bring things together in a new normal after COVID-19 broke into our lives. To ensure everyone stays safe and well, this year the Expert Exchange is online broadcasted from the House of Decentralization and is again an outstanding opportunity to share the latest insights with each other and have an in-depth discussion on decentralization and local development in Ukraine, Europe and the world. And this exchange is timely. While this year remains a difficult one for all of us, no matter where we live, it will also go down in history as being one of the most important years for local self-government in Ukraine. With the recent local elections, Ukraine now has a new administrative territorial division with the potential to unleash local self-government and a substantial increase of the quality of life of all citizens in Ukraine. To get there, much has yet to be done. The new municipalities have to be enabled to provide high quality and inclusive public services based on sound financial management. ULEAD has always been a key partner of Hromadas to tackle these challenges. And now we are also concentrating our efforts on accompanying the most newly created municipalities all over the country in their first steps towards becoming operational, effective and capable. Clearly, for local development and for ULEAD, the year 2020 was not easy, and still important work has been done. Now, what comes next? This is what we will focus on during the next 2 days. I'm looking forward to discussing the future of local development with renowned experts and policymakers. I'm sure that the results will guide us as we plan the next steps to strengthen local government in Ukraine. I wish us all a pleasant and fruitful exchange and wish that everyone stays safe and healthy. And now, please back to Yevgen Duchovich. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bastian. I thank you for your inspirational words. It's a great pleasure to hear it. And it's also very nice to understand that today's panelists are true passionaries and professionals of the regional development. And all of us have convened today in order to understand how we can best make our effort in order to make this movement stronger and more powerful. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Olga Stefanishina and Mr. Matthew Maskis. And now let me say a few words about how we are going to work today and tomorrow during our discussions. So this conference is designed for 2 days. First, we are going to have the first panel discussion. Then there will be 2 workshops and also 2 presentations that will be moderated. And between these sessions, we are going to have some interactive break times. So these are breaks will allow you to take some coffee, tea, perhaps also make yourself some sandwiches, while we also will be taking a break and watch a video about the activities of ULEAD with Europe program throughout the last years, because we were trying to select the most interesting things in order for you to understand what we have been engaged with. And 5 minutes before the end of each of such interactive breaks, we will turn on our dynamic presentation on the screen, so you will understand that there will only be 5 minutes left before we resume our work of the conference. The more detailed information about the agenda for these 2 days you will find on the site of our program. Probably you were registered there. If you haven't been registered, you can still log on this website, and there you will see the agenda, as well as the biography information about our panelists and participants. There is also a very interesting interview with Mr. Georg Wilbright about local self-government in Germany, so I invite you to go on this website. There's also a reference to this interview on the post, so it's not difficult at all. Our conference is also broadcast in 2 languages, English and Ukrainian, so any Either of the languages can be chosen by you in order to listen to the broadcast. The streaming is taking place on a YouTube of You Lead with Europe on our channel that you will find on our Facebook account. And it's also streamed on our website, where you can also follow the developments. And there is also a number of other pages that repost the streaming that you will also be able to see in some other places on the internet. Now let me say a few words about how we can interact today. First, you can ask your questions addressing the panelists or the speakers, during workshops on a chat in YouTube. We have special moderators. Our colleagues will be collecting this information and will be passing this information to the moderators of workshops. And if after the workshop time there is still time left, and if it is pertinent to the discussion, our panelists will definitely answer these questions. We also have on YouTube chat, there is the so-called virtual photo booth, photo box, that enables you to take a photograph and then you can post it on Instagram or Facebook and thus demonstrate to the professional circle of your acquaintances that you have participated in an expert exchange and discussion of today. These were some organizational issues. Now it's the time for us to move on to the conference itself. I would like to discuss the beginning of the first panel discussion, which is called Government for the Development, and it will be moderated by Mr. Bastian Feigl, who you have just recently seen. Are you with us? Okay. Now I'm turning the floor to you for the first panel, and I wish all the best of luck, most interesting insights. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, and welcome again, dear ladies and gentlemen, to this opening panel discussion of the second International Expert Exchange of You Lead with Europe. It is a great pleasure both to participate in the panel with our guests and also to welcome you to this event. The topic this morning is labeled Governance for Development. What is the role of governance and institutions when it comes to development? In this panel, we are interested in the directed change process we want to follow in order to raise the quality of life by means of providing better services and a growing economy. Here, we are interested in the plans of the Ukrainian government and also how the European partners of Ukraine can support these interlinked efforts. When we chose this theme some months ago, it seemed topical. It seems even more relevant now. It very much reflects one of the core questions we are facing as we consider the impact of COVID-19 on society and the economy and look to the future beyond it, about the optimal links between decentralization and development. Decentralization is not an end in itself. It has been introduced to trigger the motivation and initiative for territorial development in all parts of Ukraine. The assumption was that subnational governments are particularly well placed to design and implement relevant regional and local development strategies. We have a distinguished panel which in a fundamental sense needs no introduction, so I will be very brief. First, please show the panel. Oleksiy Chernyshov is with us. He's the Minister of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine and has been engaged to ensure effective implementation of the President's program, The Great Construction, which despite COVID-19 has brought large-scale development efforts for high-quality infrastructure all over Ukraine with a huge potential to trigger the dynamics of change. Thank you for being with us this morning. Then with us also Matti Masikas, an Estonian diplomat, was appointed as the ambassador of the European Union to Ukraine in 2019. Ambassador Masikas is on a mission to bring Ukraine closer to the EU and continues to underline and to demonstrate how the EU wholeheartedly supports reforms in Ukraine because they are so important for the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian society. Thank you for being with us. Good morning, Ambassador Mikkelsen. He's the envoy of the Kingdom of Denmark to Ukraine and represents one of the first supporters of You Lead with Europe. Denmark decided to continue contributing to ULEAD's second implementation period to ensure that Ukrainian and Danish municipalities have the opportunity to learn from each other and to build up partnerships, bringing Danish know-how and experience into the discourse on decentralization and the strengthening of local self-government. Anka Feldhusen has enjoyed a rather unique exposure to Ukraine during her career, with 2 assignments in Kiev before being accredited as Germany's ambassador to Ukraine in 2019. Holding a degree in political science, she is known to be a strong advocate for the principle of subsidiarity, being convinced that the local level knows best what citizens and local business needs are. Consistently, she has expressed Ukrainians' decentralization as one formula: self-confident citizens, strong municipalities, secure country. Good morning and thank you. And finally, Slovenia is represented by Ambassador Mencin, a seasoned member of the diplomatic corps with an impressive list of assignments all over the world, now based in Kiev since 2019. While some may say Slovenia is hardly comparable in terms of size with Ukraine, it is very inspiring for Ukraine's discussion on socio-economic development. Alone in ULEAD, we had 14 international study trips to Slovenia in our first phase to share ample experiences and learn lessons in the area of regional policy and development. In this light, I am delighted that Slovenia decided to join Germany and Denmark as member states, as well as the EU, of course, in contributing directly to ULEAD's second implementation period. So I don't think we could have a better suited panel to address these issues, and I will directly start with the first question. Dear panelists, is the decentralization process over now, and we all can basically start to harvest the future of 5 years of hard work for amalgamation? Or is the finalization of the territorial administrative reform just the starting point, and the work is now just beginning? I will invite first Minister Chernyshov to give his insights, and then Ambassador Masikas, Ambassador Feldhusen, Ambassador Mikkelsen, and finally Ambassador Mencin. Minister Chernyshov, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear ambassadors, dear participants of the expert discussion. I'm here to represent the Ministry of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine, and given today's topic of the development of local municipalities, I'm very happy to welcome all of the participants, and I wish very fruitful cooperation to all of us. Let me start by saying that according to and thanks to joint efforts of the Parliament and the government of Ukraine, and indisputably because of the qualitative support on the development, partners on development that I would like to thank for, in 2020 we managed to complete and finalize the formation of the new lineup of the territorial division that enables us to empower all 1,469 municipalities with equal opportunities, equal mandates, and provide them with the necessary resources to ensure their future development. To implement these developments, we have to delineate the powers of the executive central bodies of authority because of the law on local governments and local regional administrative councils. In this context, the Ministry of Regional Development developed and submitted to the parliamentary committees new draft laws on local councils that have already been registered in the Parliament of Ukraine, also known as self-governance, which are being discussed by the representatives of the expert community in Ukraine, with a view to ensure equality, equal access to the services of local municipalities and to raise the prestige of being servants in local councils and to ensure the development of these communities. It's necessary to adopt a new law on public service in the borders of local self-government. Besides, in order to establish the results and to finalize the reform, it also takes the amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine concerning decentralization of power. In summary, I may say that we have achieved these successes together with you in the part of formation, the territorial basis foundation that has become a pillar for this reform, but ahead of us still lie a lot of responsible work in order to establish the results of this work. I still hope for the partnership from you in this process of development. Therefore, in summary, this year we have achieved a lot. We finally attained something that we have been targeting for nearly 5 years. And it gives me a great joy that at last we have created a new territorial administrative lineup. We have amalgamated regions by eliminating the old structure and creating a new structure. And we are moving on. And I'm sure of the success of the decentralization reform, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that our international partners believe and assess that this reform is one of the most successful reforms achieved by our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Chernyshov, for your thoughts. And now I would like to pass the floor to Ambassador Masikas. Ambassador Masikas, the floor is yours. Is the decentralization process over, or is the work just beginning?
No. In no way is the process, or to be more precise, the reform over. Every end is at the same time a new beginning. And in decentralization process in Ukraine, it holds true as well. The amalgamation part has been impressive, completed after 5 years, and completed without major frictions, which is a huge achievement. I know some countries, including the country of my origin, Estonia, where this did take indeed 15 years, brought down some governments and was a source of huge political disagreements. And the fact that in Ukraine 2/3 of Hromadas amalgamated voluntarily is very telling in terms of highlight the bottom-up nature of this process. And it's not only a Ukrainian sort of success story, but it can also serve as an example for other countries in the region, all having some reminiscence still from a Soviet-style top-down command economy and centralized governance system. So Ukraine, as in many other areas, can serve as an example and as a beacon of encouragement here as well. But of course, it's no time to be complacent. The new local structures must now be filled with content, and they must be equipped with resources. I'm very happy that the amendments to the budget code were adopted by the Verkhovna Rada in September, so that the new municipalities and cities can keep the 60% of the personal income tax collected on the territory. I also commend the adoption last Friday, 4th of December, the law concerning succession of rights and property of old rayons to the new structure. It's all good evidence of the Ukrainian determination to follow, to continue the decentralization reform. It's important now to stay on that track. There are new tools, there are new laws to be discussed and adopted. The law on local state administrations has already been registered in the Rada, and on the law on local self-government, intensive discussions are ongoing, which we commend very strongly. And the draft has not been registered, but we are looking forward it to be registered soon. And these two laws should ensure a smooth and partner-like relations between the local and central authorities are very important, and looking forward to seeing them adopted soon. Of course, communication in these new realities is also important. It's important that various layers of governance talk to each other, create trust, and understand that they are intrinsic parts of the same whole. To use an example of a barrel, the wooden part is nothing without the metal hoop, but also the other way around. The hoop is nothing without the wooden part of the barrel. There are other constitutional priorities, or priorities for possible amendments to the constitution in Ukraine at this stage. But I hope that in due time, the decentralization reform will also be sealed by being fully embedded in the constitution, following, of course, the proper consultations with all the stakeholders, so that the achievements of decentralization can be safeguarded, its sustainability, its irreversibility. There is to sum up, there's a lot of work to be done, both at the local level in hromadas and cities, in Kiev, and of course by us, international partners, with us. So in a way, the work is not just beginning, but a lot still needs to be done. The European Union, of course, is there to support, assist, and advise the Ukrainian stakeholders in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Marsikas. Indeed, pointing out that decentralization remains a process. A lot remains to be done on the legislative agenda, as also the Minister has pointed out. And indeed, I also think we should really amplify the bottom-up nature of the voluntary amalgamation process, which really also led to the opportunity to finalize the territorial administrative reform with such a boost for the future. Ambassador Feldhusen, how do you see it? Is the reform over? Is the work starting? The floor is yours.
Thank you. I can only agree with what my colleague from the European Union said. Maybe the amalgamation process is over now, but the core aim of the reform remains very much on top of the agenda. What we really want is to spark a development dynamic across the whole country in all the hromadas, and bring better community services, better education, better healthcare to all the households. And the new rules and financial incentives that the reform brought are a very good basis for boosting local self-government throughout the country, and for tackling the two major challenges of a change in mentality that we need, together with all the legal and constitutional changes that were already mentioned that still need to be done. The change in mentality in a systematic way, A, people need to learn how to take the initiative, and B, how to act on one's own responsibility. In this context, the decentralization reform is not at all about the central government transferring money to municipalities together with prescriptions how to use this money. Decentralization is much rather about giving the hromadas the power to decide how to spend their own budgets according to the needs of their citizens. And by this, as you've already mentioned, Mr. Feigl, decentralization is built on the principle of subsidiarity. This is a very German and a very European principle. decision-making at the lowest appropriate level, and handing over the power to the people, guided by our common commitment, by the way, here to the European Charter of Local Self-Government, which states that local authorities are one of the main foundations of any democracy, needing a wide degree of autonomy and control over their resources to fulfill their responsibilities. Taking over this responsibility at the local level just helps to shape this new mentality and to use new powers in a very constructive way, I would say. And thanks to the decentralization reform, municipalities are increasingly using these freedoms. So you can already see that in the Romadas that amalgamated amongst the first. They think more creatively and compete to provide the best services to local citizens and enterprises. This competition actually generates constantly new ideas and improvements which cannot be achieved by prescribing services standards from top down. And this process also increases trust in public institutions. And this has been, you mentioned my long time in Ukraine, this has been one of my main subjects. On all levels in Ukraine, trust is missing. Yeah. But with the decentralization reform, I think trust in public institutions as decision makers have the opportunity to keep their promises and are approachable for citizens who remind them of their promises. This trust can actually become much stronger on a local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Feldhusen, for your insights. I also would like to amplify this point that we always need to remember the core idea of why you engage in a decentralization process. It is actually, in my view, the idea to hand over responsibility and opportunity, and by this ensuring that these new responsibilities and additional resources are actually used in a way to strengthen the whole system in a country. And I think this, let's say, basic systematic element about decentralization, and not to frustrate or demotivate this initiative, which is really very important when you know that you have initiative and busy people working for the good of the country in all parts of the territory, that we keep this precious element. Thank you. Ambassador Mikkelsen, please provide us with your assessment of this reform moment that we are in. Ambassador Mikkelsen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you first of all for inviting me on this panel. I know that many of the participants in this conference are actually mayors, so what I did in preparing myself for this conference was to talk to a Danish mayor, and I wish to convey warm greetings from the municipality of Guldborgsund, and I know that it doesn't roll off the tongue so easily in foreign languages, but this is the municipality that will be working with ULEAD and with a number of Ukrainian municipalities. And the mayor, called Mr. John, looked very much forward to participate in this work and to share the experience that they have, because basically Denmark went through a similar process on a much smaller scale. We're a smaller country. What is happening in Ukraine is really a big leap forward. I'm very impressed of the reforms that have taken place. Unlike my colleagues, I'm a newcomer here, so I don't have the long time perspective, but I must say that I'm really impressed with what has been achieved so far. But it goes without saying that this is just the beginning, and now the real work starts. And this is also the message I got from the Danish mayor, Mr. John. He said that based on his experience, it's very important that citizens can feel the difference from day one. If you wait too long, people will get disappointed, because by creating bigger entities, citizens are also paying a price. Suddenly, you have a longer distance to the local town hall, and a big issue in Denmark was the names. This municipality is an amalgamation of 7 smaller communities, and they had a long discussion about the name, which cities should give the name, and of course they found a neutral name that does not is not attached to any of the specific communities, but just losing your name is something that citizens will normally react to. So by creating bigger entities, citizens are also paying a price, and it's very important that they can feel that the advantages that are getting are much bigger. So I think that when I look at it as a newcomer, I think the timing is really good, because local elections have just been held. Mayors and city councillors, they don't have to worry about an upcoming election. They can focus on the work, and they can focus on governance, on service delivery, and the development of their local communities. They don't have to worry about an election where they might be punished. It will take a while. And what about the pandemic? Of course, that's not a good time to conduct a major administrative reform. But actually, it's also an opportunity to rethink the way you interact with your citizens. This has been our experience, and again, based on what I learned from the Danish mayor, is that, look, we had to rethink the way we interact with our citizens, because they cannot come to the town hall. They need to be they need to be in contact with us on the internet, digitally. So it's also an opportunity to rethink things. So basically, my basic message is now it's time to deliver, and we are ready to support Ukrainian municipalities, both financially, but I think what is just as important, by sharing the experience that we have, and I think that goes both ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Mikkelsen, for your insight, and also for giving a sneak preview into a new line of work within You Lead with Europe in our cooperation with Gullborgsund municipality that we are already discussing internally very vividly, and I'm looking forward to the first results and also the further process. Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to ask Thomas Menzin, Ambassador Menzin, how do you see the current situation, and also maybe what were your insights also from your recent travel experiences you have made? Ambassador Menzin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are impressed with the progress achieved in the last 5 years. The conclusion of the territorial administrative reform is a big achievement. Now Ukraine enters the next phase of decentralization, in which strong municipalities can exercise their right to self-government. And we are more than ready to support this phase of the process. I think whatever the size or history, successful municipalities are led by innovative, forward-looking local governments that work hard to serve the interests of the public. Though the municipalities are uniquely positioned, still they can learn from each other, and they can adopt and replicate their good ideas, good examples, and good approaches. Again, Slovenia is more than ready to exchange our experience. I think good and successful functioning of local self-government is conditioned by democratic governance, participation of population in decision-making, active participation in the preparation and implementation of regional development policies, a good municipal and inter-regional cooperation. As you, Mr. Weigel, already mentioned, in the past we had the opportunity to bring a number of municipalities from Slovenia and from Ukraine, exchanging the visits, and through the You Lead with Europe program, we had several international study trips, and opportunity to share with Ukrainian partners and learn and obtain know-how. So we will continue contributing in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Menzin, for your insights. And now I would like to address Minister Chernyshov with my next question in this panel discussion. Dear Minister Chernyshov, the administrative setup on the local level is new, and for more than 500-600 municipalities, the decentralized responsibilities are also new. On top of this, COVID-19 is still raging across Ukraine. My question, what kind of leadership and responsibility do you expect from decision makers on the Hromada level, but ultimately from citizens also, to now take bold first steps towards a dynamic path of development on the local level? Minister Chernyshov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feigl. And in answer to your question, I would like to continue the thesis that was started by the German ambassador, Ms. Anka Feldhusen. The new distinctive feature of the functioning of new municipalities is awareness of the fact that their territory combines them not only in terms of the name, but because of the vision of their future, joint future. And in the Ukrainian government, they have repeatedly stated that the newly created Hromadas and municipalities are the centers for new growth, with the new qualitative management and resource. And the leaders of the newly appointed and set up Hromadas are the leaders that are interested in the development of local communities and attracting investments, both internally and externally, and of course in payment taxes, finally, filling local budgets and developing infrastructural projects. And at this point, we are focused on that, and trying to tell to the leaders of Hromadas, first of all, to focus on attractive infrastructural project, making them attractive for the investment. So Hromadas have to focus on the interest of employers in making new jobs, facilitating employment for local citizens, especially those that require protection, security, and especially those people who cannot compete successfully in the newly created employment market. And the leadership of these Hromadas have to make for the conditions of entrepreneurship to create, once again, to create new jobs so that revenue stays in places, and this revenue goes into the provision of qualitative services to meet the needs of the local residents. With regard to fighting COVID-19, we understand that the local communities have assumed a huge responsibility. They have to shoulder it, and they have done a lot in this respect. And in order to maximize our tackling of the virus, authorities have to communicate very closely with local governments, and that's exactly what's happening. Therefore, the government of Ukraine has activated its work with local communities, especially with the mayors of small towns and settlements, all Ukrainian associations of towns and bodies of local self-government. By the way, every week, under the guidance of the Prime Minister of Ukraine, we hold special conferences, video conferences with the mayors of regional centers. And thus we involve also the associations of towns of Ukraine. And every week we communicate and interact with a predominant majority of the heads of the local regional administrations, and repeatedly during the week. And every week we work with the heads of the local amalgamated communities, with the associations that have put them together, brought them together. So the bodies of local self-government seem to be standing together as never before in order to join their efforts to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm sure that we will overcome it together with our international partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Chernyshov, for your insight into this. And let's say, this is very interesting, especially also as we also see that, of course, strategies can give a certain corridor so that we know, or maybe qualify certain concepts that are giving us an orientation. But ultimately, steady communication is really key, and also the steady opportunity to check back whether we are on the right way. As indeed now I also think that finalization of territorial administrative reform brings all of us, those driving the policies and those supporting you in driving these policies, we need to try to show how this reform brings a real benefit. Thank you. Ambassador Masikas, the next question to you. In which way, Ambassador, do you expect decentralization to have an effect on Ukraine's development? How can we better and more sustainably link the work of, for example, international financing institutions, Ukrainian funding opportunities, and capacity development efforts? Ambassador Masikas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Herr Feigl. As mentioned before, I mean, decentralization is not only about administration. It's often a precondition for practical implementation of the reforms agenda in other sectors as well, closing the space for corrupt practices, ensuring better governance, the rule of law, improving investment climate. The very idea being bringing decisions as close to the citizens as possible in the principle of subsidiarity that Anka mentioned as well on behalf of Germany. Subsidiarity, as you know, is a guiding principle in the EU as well. I mean, under our cohesion policy within the EU, citizens of any given municipality need to be consulted about big investments, for example, like big investments into waste management, cultural institutions, or local business development. And this type of consultations may be new for all Ukrainian Hromadas municipalities, but it is essential. Here, the question of the ownership of decentralization, the ownership of the reform, and also ownership of your own new structures comes into play, and this cannot be imposed top down. And that's why I'm pretty hopeful that, about the positive examples of this approach at the Hromadas level. ULIT for Europe has prepared by now more than 300 Hromada development strategies using consultations involving citizens, and we are happy to support this process further. Of course, every strategy is only as good as are the projects in it. And there is definitely a challenge here, what you also referred to in your question. There are often more funds available than ready to go projects, and that's a classical barrier. There's nothing new, but it needs to be addressed. So those development opportunities must be clustered into solid, ready to go investment projects, and this is a precondition for cooperation with international financial institutions like the European Investment Bank, the EU bank, but it is also a precondition for other foreign donors to provide support at all levels, by the way, on local, regional, national, but the closer to the citizens you go, the smaller is the municipality, the harder, of course, be it for the administrative reasons to create this, to put together these projects. I last week visited one such investment project in Lviv on construction of biogas production, and it was hugely encouraging. But of course, one has to admit Lviv is a big place, a big city, with big capabilities. To give you another example, the E5P fund, for energy efficiency and environmental partnership projects in Eastern Europe, which has committed almost 1 billion euro in Ukraine. Already, but of that, only 40% is implemented. Most of these projects are channeled via municipalities, and it's essential for them to build up capabilities so that they can directly access international financing. But at the same time, of course, the synergy must be there at all levels. The impetus from Kiev, engaging stakeholders from various sectors, and in Kiev as well, it's not only the Ministry for Regional Development that needs to be involved, but other relevant ministries as well, starting with the Ministry of Finance, of course, but other ministries as well. So a strong coordination is needed, even on the government level. So to sum it up, horizontal and vertical coordination is a key to success here. And again, the EU is ready to assist the Hromadas and municipalities in building up these capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Massikas. And indeed, when thinking about decentralization and also the territorial administrative reform in Ukraine, we always speak about the formation of capable territorial Hromadas. And capability here is very much also a concept geared towards the delivery of municipal services. And I think that in the next stage towards development, we will more and more move away from this sometimes, in my view, static concept of capability, and will more look into what we also within the European Union discuss a lot in the frame of the cohesion policy, the absorption capacity on the local level. And the absorption capacity which is actually linking funding opportunities with the readiness of projects. And this is something which, as you have also said, a classical barrier that will be a big challenge and a big field of our work also in the future. Ambassador Feldhusen, the next question I would like to ask to you. What are, in your view, the most critical changes that Ukraine has to lead and European partners need to support, that this development potential that we are talking about on regional and the level of local self-government, that it actually can be maximized? Ambassador Feldhusen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think we have already spoken a little bit about it. The key is to strengthen local self-government through the empowerment of the municipalities. And for that, there are three key elements. One is done, more or less, the amalgamation process. Yes, it is done. But, and I've already talked about it, the transfer of rights, responsibilities, and resources from higher levels of government, so that the Hromadas can exercise their task in delivering high-quality services and ensure sustainable local development. Therefore, local authorities must really have adequate and, first of all, reliable financial resources. If they don't know what to expect, they cannot plan. Uncertainty would just really undermine sound municipal finance management. So I think the European Union and we all should really insist that the reception of finance, of adequate financing comes first. At the same time, it is important to facilitate bottom-up local economic and social development, where citizens on the basic level are actively consulted, that's very important, and involved in planning and in implementation of human and financial resources for achieving a visible and sustainable development of their municipalities. The support of to the increase of own revenues that I just talked about should be at the core of any effort toward local and regional development. And therefore, it is necessary to focus on bottom-up and sustainable economic development within an overall policy, legal, and institutional and financial framework of regional development in Ukraine in order to increase the revenue base in the municipalities. And to finish, the European Charter that I already mentioned also states that local authorities must be able to dispose freely of a large part of their revenues within the framework of their competences. So as far as possible, grants to local authorities should really not be earmarked for the financing of special projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Melthusen. And you are mentioning here a very important point, which is also mentioned in the Charter, to ensure that we are careful with balancing guidance, direction towards the local level, and the self-government and the freedom to choose a certain path of development which is fitting best to the local situation. And this balance is something that needs to be calibrated, not for one time, but is a constant discussion process between enough local resources, which are also own resources, to define on local level what is really needed, but at the same time also giving a certain guidance about the direction this needs to go, which should never be so much that it leads to, as in decentralization expert circles we term it, the golden reins of the central level towards the local level. Ambassador Mikkelsen, the same question to you. What are, in your view, the most critical changes that Ukraine should lead and European partners can support to maximize the development potential of this reform? Ambassador Mikkelsen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, and that's very easy because I can simply echo what Ambassador Feldhusen and what Ambassador Masikas just said. This is a question of empowerment of the new municipalities, and it's a question of economic empowerment. It's a question of decision-making empowerment. And I know that that's not an easy process. Just to mention an example from our own country, we had our first reforms in local government almost 40 years ago. But for many years, we still had provincial governors because the state was not really willing to relinquish total control because of what could happen, but it worked well. So I think it's a question of trust. It's a question of empowerment. And as Ambassador Feldhusen said, there's a lack of trust in Ukraine. So this is something that is important to work on. Now, in terms of the decentralization of budgets and resources, I think it's very important to ensure that this would not lead to more corruption at the local level. So I think that it's crucial that the decentralization of economic resources should go hand in hand with more transparency and more accountability and local integrity. And I think one of the most important things you can do is actually using digital means by making the contact and the administrative processes as digital as possible. You minimize the risk of corruption. If you don't have to line up to file an application at the town hall, you can do it electronically. You remove one source of possible corruption. and you can create a lot of transparency by digital means. And I think there might be some inspiration to be found in the European Anti-Corruption Initiative that is being implemented by Denmark together with the European Union, because they have 5 so-called integrity cities. That's Mariupol, Nekopol, Totomir, and Tjernovograd, and Nistri. And what is happening in those cities is that the program, the anti-corruption program, is supporting the city administration in many ways, simply by providing them digital means. For instance, there's something called a GU portal. And what is a GU portal? That's a portal where you can access data about property, about housing, about who owns what. And that is very important, because you want to start a business, you want to be sure that there's not going to be built a skyscraper next to your property. So I think that there's probably much to be gained by having more cooperation between ULEAD and the anti-corruption program. And basically, I think we shouldn't just have 5 integrated cities. We should have all of the cities. They should be integrated cities. And this will happen one day, and I can assure you that Denmark will be ready to support in this respect.
Thank you, Ambassador. Indeed, a very important line of cooperation with Romadas is also supporting them in strengthening in their own local good governance, so to say, and also in ensuring that transparency and integrity is prevailing on the local level. We are cooperating, as you lead, closely with the EU Anti-Corruption Initiative on those efforts, also to see how we can learn from the earlier efforts and how this can be transformed into a, let's say, cooperation offer towards territorial Romadas in Ukraine. And as a first very, let's say, visible step since a few weeks and during the pandemic, EU ACI and ULEAD have decided to share offices. And so EU ACI also has joined us recently with their offices to be located in the House of Decentralization. Finally, Ambassador Mencin, what can we learn from the experiences of Slovenia in supporting local and regional development? Ambassador Mencin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I do agree with my colleagues that subsidiarity principle is crucial, and the empowerment of local self-governments who are intended for the people, improving their lives and the environment in which they live. I can also mention a Slovenian example, local self-government has been practically functioning since January 1995, but Slovenia became a full member of the European Union in 2004, and the Slovenian Local Self-Government Act has been amended several times according to the European Charter of Local Self-Government. So it's quite a long process. Of course, during the initial period, it was hard to expect that municipalities could take over certain matters, since the material and human resources conditions were not adequate. However, municipalities demonstrated by time that they are fully qualified to take over from the state jurisdiction all those matters. As for the areas that local government is focused by our experience, I should say that particular attention is paid to the water management, climate change, environmental and nature protection, and we are also striving to become a circular economy, and we also put attention to know-how on empowerment of personnel and in local municipalities by building competences, entrepreneurship, and development strategies for urban and rural areas. In these all areas, we could share the experience.
Thank you, Ambassador. This insight indeed is important to understand. Also, the development of your local self-government situation towards your European integration and accession towards the European Union. Now we come to the last segment of questions in this panel, and I would like to start with Minister Chernyshov. Minister, where do you see, what do you see as the biggest challenge for the state at the moment in supporting the development of municipalities? Minister Chernyshov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The greatest challenge in order to complete the decentralization reform is the lack of the necessary amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine with regard to the decentralization of power in Ukraine. This is a definitive situation. For me, it's a clear challenge, because if we do not take these amendments and pass them into a law, the government, together with the Parliament of Ukraine, will be forced to work and to resolve the most pressing issues by adjusting the current legislation within the Constitution as we have it at the moment, which does not provide for delineation between the powers of the local municipalities and the central authorities. Therefore, the changes to the Constitution have to resolve the finalization of the formation of local state administrations, reorganization of these administrations into the bodies of oversight and control, in order to give very definitive definition concerning to what a municipality or hromada is, by way of introducing amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine. By that way, we want to stress that there is no possibility to go back to what we previously had, but we want to pursue the changes, and this is what we are expecting to get in the new upcoming year, 2021. So this is for us the greatest challenge.
Thank you, Minister. Indeed, this is something that we are all convinced that it's necessary to cement this point of no return and guarantee local self-government in the Constitution of Ukraine. Now we come to the final questions to the ambassadors. Ambassador Maasikas, the question to you: what are, in your view, promising examples for you when it comes to development on the local level, leading to better services and economic growth? Ambassador Maasikas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If I'll once again, there is no one solution, or one ready solution, or a silver bullet. Well, I think we need to focus on the capacity of hromadas to become the agents of development, and we need to target it from various angles. Concerning services, the most prominent, the most visible example across Ukraine is the network of the administrative services centers, the one-stop shops for services, supported again by the ULEAD for Europe with Europe program. By mid-2021, 489 centers and 1,300 access points to administrative services will be established, and that's a huge achievement. 2 days ago, in fact, on this Tuesday, I participated in the conference that discussed how the impact of these services or these centers, these service providing networks can be usefully developed. What I find very promising about the ULEAD program is this comprehensive approach that you have taken, that we have taken together, in terms of, taking account of various needs in terms of capacity development, rolling out thematic support packages, and so on. So it's good that this design of your program and the approach that we have taken offers different formats with different target groups for leaders, for specialists, and for newly established municipalities. I mean, only by bringing together engagement from all these actors and clusters, only then we can build a sustainable model to work for Ukraine. Another thing that I highly appreciate about the program is that it can adapt to evolving needs of the local communities. One example from the recent months, under the COVID-19 pandemic, the EU supported through ULIT local entrepreneurs to produce 300,000 protective face masks and other equipment that were distributed to amalgamated hromadas and to citizens. So this combination of comprehensive strategic planning and flexibility will make a difference. We need. I'd like to finish by making the observation that the further process of development, there will be more proactive, more dynamic hromadas, something that we witnessed throughout the amalgamation process. But there will be also those who would need more support. We have lots of success stories, but we also have those that need to be supported more, which is of course perfectly normal for any country, and that's why our advice, targeted support, and constant communication are needed. Thank you very much. Wishing you all the success, strength, and wisdom in the invaluable work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Feldhusen. A slight comment. We are a little bit short on time. So, Ambassador Feldhusen, the floor is yours.
Thank you again. Let me perhaps start by saying that from my point of view, there are two key reforms in the transformation towards a prosperous and modern Ukraine. One of them is, as I've always said, justice reform, which has kind of just started, if at all, but I see some promising steps right now. But the other one is decentralization. This fundamental reform process is one of the most ambitious and complex reforms that in Ukrainian history. And it is honestly a great success and a reason to celebrate that Ukraine has managed to implement this complex reform. And through this, showing that real European local self-government is possible in Ukraine. I find that really very promising, and I'm very much looking forward to visiting more hromadas once the pandemic is over. For the time being, there's one really striking example where decentralization already had its effects. There's growing evidence that shows that tax compliance is consistently increasing with the process of amalgamation. And the many examples of tangible change with new schools, kindergartens, administrative service centers, as Matti mentioned, roads and other social infrastructure, which became possible due to higher funding of the local level. So you see people are actually willing to pay their taxes when they see the concrete results, what is done with their money. As we have already pointed out, decentralization is not an end in itself, but has been introduced to trigger the motivation and initiative for territorial development in all parts of Ukraine, not only in the big cities. The local level knows best what works and what does not work, because they can identify local comparative advantages and respond to people's needs. It's very simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Feldhusen, for your words. And now, Ambassador Mikkelsen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, and I can be very brief because most of what is relevant has been mentioned already. But I wanted to mention one aspect of decentralization that is sometimes overlooked, but which I think has its own dynamic that we should be aware of. That's the fact that once you set communities free, once you relinquish central control, what is happening is that local communities start to compete. They want to be the best in class. This is the experience that we have. The Danish municipalities are fiercely competitive. They want to be the best when it comes to taxation, good public services, good infrastructure, green, environmentally friendly community, and they want to be investor friendly. And actually, we have something that is really defining competition among municipalities. That's an annual ranking of the investor friendliness of Danish municipalities. And you would think that bigger municipalities like Copenhagen would be in the top league. No, it's wrong. It's actually, and I brought the latest ranking, and you will see that the municipality of Guldborgsund is actually in the top league. So they're doing a good job in terms of attracting investments. And this is something that is, as I said, defining for the actions and the decisions of many municipalities. It's not so good to be in the bottom of that ranking. And I've noticed something similar is actually happening in Ukraine, because I have a lot of contact with Danish investors here. We have about 300, and there's still more coming. And they ask the embassy, where should we locate? Where should we establish our manufacturing in Ukraine? And we know by and large where to go, where to point them, because there are certain of your cities and municipalities who have learned this, and they're very good at making things easy for investors. And so maybe this would be something that you should put into a kind of a system that would encourage municipalities to compete, to benchmark themselves against their peers, because that is something that I think would create a dynamic that would be valuable in itself. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and I wish you good luck with your conference.
Thanks, Ambassador Mikkelsen. So, Ambassador Menzin, the floor is yours for a brief word. Thank you.
Thank you. I can also add to what my Danish colleagues said, that in Slovenia, indicators show that smaller municipalities are in many ways more successful than bigger ones. And finally, if I may add another element that helps Slovenia is transnational programs. We participate in 5 transnational programs: Alpine region, Central Europe, Mediterranean, Adriatic Union, and Danube transnational cooperation, which also includes Ukraine. I think this also helps, especially us smaller countries, to develop, and I would encourage Ukraine to be fully active in these transnational programs as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So, the final question of this panel, the opening panel of the International Expert Exchange, goes to Minister Chernyshov. Minister Chernyshov, if you could share just one idea with the audience that in your view is most important to be remembered about what we discussed today and in the frame of development, what would that be? Minister Chernyshov, the floor is yours.
I believe that everything is pretty simple here. We have already achieved certain successes together. All we need to do is to continue this local self-government reform, to decentralize the power in the country, and to communicate effectively between the government, international donors on development, and partners, all of the associations of local self-government, experts, academics. We shouldn't lose our pace, and we need to cement what we have achieved and to resolve new challenges that we have to overcome in order to finalize the reform of decentralization and local self-government. Let us not lose speed, and next year go through the stage of constitutional amendments, complete our legislative initiatives, and our reform will truly be the one that we will definitely be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Before I end, I wish to commend the progress made by Ukrainian authorities on all levels in implementing the reforms in the process of decentralization. And we will stand ready to support you with our experience, knowledge, and are ready to move forward together. We are proud to support Ukraine in this process. Let me conclude by thanking all of our members of the panel for really excellent insights onto the questions that were raised. And I would like to ask all our participants to join us for a wide variety and diversity of additional discussions going on the next 1.5 days. After a short break, proceedings will continue with a keynote speech by Jyrki Katainen at 12 o'clock Ukrainian time. I wish all of us a fruitful and successful finalization of this year, all the best for the next year, and wish our Ukrainian partners a long-lasting success. Thank you very much and stay tuned to the International Expert Exchange of ULIT with Europe. And now I give the floor to the moderator, Yevgen Duchovich.
Thank you, Bastian. Thank you. This has been really fascinating as a panel. And the main conclusion I have drawn for myself is that decentralization reform is the reform that has and enjoys an incredible, tremendous support from the European Union. We have heard it in the presentations delivered by the ambassadors. And Mr. Chernyshov said very well that something that combines municipalities, it's not a name, it's not a mark on the map, it's a prospects for future development, joint progress and joint betterment of the standard of living for our citizens. I believe that this can really become the slogan for the further implementation of the strategy of regional development in Ukraine. Now, colleagues, what we plan to do is next. We have overtaken a bit more time for the first panel, so the break is going to be shorter than planned. We are planning the break until 12. And during this time, you will be watching different videos from our activities. And 5 minutes before the start of the new session, so at 11:55, there will be a dynamic picture on the screen that will enable you to understand that soon we are back to the studio. Now I would like to invite our video engineers to move on to this dynamic break. Thank you very much for all of you who have been with us this morning, and thanks to those who will stay with us on. There's a lot more to come. Please be with ULEAD and with International
Отже, колеги, ми
So,
повертаємося.
colleagues, we're back to the studio. Be reminded that you are watching an international expert discussion, You Lead with Europe, and the title is The Development of Communities, Trust, Institutions and People, and talking about governance, institutions, about how the interaction between the central bodies of government should interact with the local authorities. That was moderated by Mr. Feigl, the director of You Lead with Europe, and was visited by the Deputy Minister for the Minister of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine, Mr. Chernyshov, visited today. All of this you can watch on our broadcasting channels. You can see it on our Facebook account and on the site of our conference, where you can also see the agenda, interesting materials about the regional development. So if you're interested to know what we are to see today and to hear today, please go on our website. And don't forget to ask your questions on our chat lines, on YouTube or on Facebook, because our moderators can ask these questions of our panelists. And now is the time for our next session. And this time it's not a discussion model, it's going to be a keynote speech, which will be delivered by the representative of Scandinavia. And the topic sounds the following: transparency, trust, and public services. And I believe that these are the key points where the representatives of Northern European country members usually stand at the top of league tables. Therefore, we will be interested to hear more about that. Now I would like to invite Andrei Horvat, the moderator for this discussion. He's GIS Deputy Program Director for You Lead with Europe. Mr. Horvat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Zhenya. Thank you very much to all of you that are joining us right now. I would like to welcome you at the first keynote of our conference that will be provided by Mr. Jyrki Katainen. Let me introduce Mr. Katainen a little bit. He's the president of CITRA, of organization that is dealing with the future, but he may say also something more about this. Before his appointment as president of CITRA, Mr. Katainen was the European Commission Vice President for Jobs, Growth, Investment and Competitiveness, broad portfolio. Then he was also a Prime Minister of Finland and Minister. During his 15 years as a member of the Finnish Parliament, he has chaired the Committee for Future, among other appointments. CITRA is the institution, is organization that wants to share the ideas and to reach a wider international audience. Mr. Katainen has a special interest in transforming the market economy so that it complies with the principle of circular economy and sustainability. So the organization is focusing on this task. And he also wants CITRA to stimulate debate concerning the forces that will shape our future. So it is very much fitted into our conference, and I would like to welcome you from Helsinki. Mr. Katainen, please, the floor is yours. Just to say maybe a little bit of technical explanation. We will have a speech by Mr. Katainen of some 15 minutes, and then we will go into the discussion. So it is not very classical keynote, but it is a keynote that is adapted to the online format of the conference in order to make it dynamic as much as possible. Please welcome once again, and the floor is yours, Mr. Katainen.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me a chance to participate in this event. I'm very glad and honored to be part of this program. First, I have a special relationship to Ukraine as I'm a godfather of half Ukrainian little girl. And second connection is that my wife and my daughter are football players, and they are very interested in World Cup qualifications, and now we have learned that Ukraine and Finland belongs to same qualification group prior to World Cup. So there will be two first matches of our qualification groups are in Helsinki and in Ukraine. So that's the basis for this debate. So as Andrei already explained, I'm president of CITRA, which is think tank, but also experimentation tank. So we do a classic think tank work, but we also do pilot projects and experimentations with private sector, with municipalities, and with the public sector, generally speaking. And we are very well connected to international networks. We are doing some consultation with international partners, but also want and try to influence, for instance, the EU policies when it comes to data economy, digitalization, or circular economy. So Sitra is politically independent, even though we are under the Parliament of Finland, but they don't interfere. The Parliament doesn't interfere to what we are doing. They are accepting our budgets, and we are also financially independent in the sense that we have our own balance sheet and we use the dividends of investments to finance our activity, which is roughly speaking 30 million euros per year. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was planning to concentrate mostly on, in my introduction, mostly on circular economy. And then in the debate part of this discussion, I'm open and ready to discuss on whatever the issues the audience want to discuss with me and answer questions. But the reason why I want to concentrate on circular economy is that the circular economy will be one of the biggest drivers in the world economy in coming years. And also because municipalities and local authorities can, and they already now play a crucial role promoting circular economy businesses. So that's why I wanted to raise this issue. This is also a very topical subject in Finland currently, as many municipalities are key partners for industrial companies or other entrepreneurs who are promoting new business models based on circular economy. So if I started just giving a little example what circular economy means, it's, for instance, how long we could keep materials, raw materials in the loop. The fact is that in global level, only 9% of all raw materials which we take for our use stays in the loop, and 91% are used only one time. So 91% of all the materials exploited end up to landfills or to incinerations or to oceans or to nature. So it doesn't make any sense, because to use or to dig some minerals or exploit other raw materials cost money, and the raw material is valuable, and it doesn't make any sense to use it only once we have taken it for our use. So that's the basis for the circular economy. For instance, in the case of plastic bottle is made of oil. What happens to it after you have emptied the plastic bottle? Does it end up to rivers or seas or to nature, or does it end up to landfill or to incineration? If it does, we throw away valuable raw material. In other words, we throw away money. But if it goes to recycling or to reuse, it keeps the value. So it makes more economic sense. Once paid oil stays in our economy, and it doesn't burden our nature and human health. As we know that plastic pollution, plastic waste is dangerous from many perspectives, but one example is that a big amount of plastic is ending up to our waters, and once it degrades, it becomes microplastic. And for instance, fish eat microplastic, and the humans eat fish later on. So plastic ends up to our body, and it's dangerous. There are some estimations that by 2050, if nothing changes, there are more plastic in the oceans than fish. So we have to do something in terms of sustainability, but also from the industrial competitiveness point of view and productivity point of view. Circular economy, as I said, will be one of the biggest drivers of the economic growth, GDP growth in coming years, partially because consumer demand is changing to this direction. There are increasing amount of consumers of us who are demanding more sustainable products. Also, one driver of circular economy is resource efficiency and material efficiency. And it's the way to improve businesses and industries' productivity. Also, there are increasing number of existing companies and industries which are changing their business models to become more circular and not linear. Even though private sector is leading this development at the moment because of the consumer demand, public sector plays an important role. It can be an enabler to boost circular economy. Both government in the EU is also a big regulator, but also in municipality level. One example, concrete example of public sector's role comes from my country, Finland, where, for instance, in plastic bottles and in aluminum cans, we have a deposit scheme. Every time when I buy a beer can or a bottle of lemonade, I pay, let's say, 15 euro cents per bottle as a deposit, and I get the money back once I return the empty bottle to the shop. And this has led to the situation where more than 90% of plastic bottles and aluminum cans are returning, and they end up either to reuse or to recycling. And this is profitable, especially when we look at the aluminum cans. It's profitable business for can producers because using existing aluminum consumes some 90% less energy than using virgin aluminum. So there is pure business logic behind why this system functions, even though legislators, the government has initiated some decades ago this model. The same model exists in many other countries too. European Union legislation is also one significant factor boosting circular economy in Europe. The EU has a new waste directive, waste legislation, which says that by 2025, 55% of municipality waste should end up recycling. And by 2035, 65% of municipality waste should end up to recycling. So it forces to improve waste management, which is usually in the hands of local authorities, municipality decision makers, but also it enables new businesses to arise once the secondary raw materials are coming to the into market in larger scale. According to this legislation, there are some separate collection clauses which says that, for instance, textiles, bio-waste, and paper, metal, plastics, and glass must be separately collected in order to make it easier and more productive to deal with different waste streams. For instance, 2020, 70% of demolition waste should end up recycling. And demolition waste represent the biggest amount of waste we have in Europe. So public sector can create new market for circular economy. So there the regulatory side is very, very important. I give you some examples of concrete projects which have been successfully run in various municipalities and countries. One interesting example of circular economy comes from the Netherlands, where the Ministry of Defense, Dutch military, announced a public procurement project where they were purchasing soldier clothing for soldiers, and one of the conditions in these clothes were that they must be made of recycled textile. And you can imagine that the amount of clothes the military needs annually in Netherlands is huge, and therefore this public tender was very big enabler for boosting recycling textile or recycling clothing business and industry in the Netherlands. This is just one good example. Public procurement, public tender is a very useful tool which can be used by local authorities also to boost new business models. It's not subsidizing anything, but it's just gives opportunities for new business models in various sectors. So circular economy is much more than just waste management. Industrial circular economy, of which this Dutch example was one, but industrial circular economy is boosting also. For instance, heavy-duty vehicle producer, Finnish heavy-duty vehicle producer Valtra, which is producing, for instance, tractors, has a business model where they sell the tractor, but as part of the tractor, they lease gearbox. Why they lease gearbox? They want to lease or rent the gearbox because it's the part of the machine which is which does not last for ages. They last for many years, but after certain amount of use, you have to do something to gearbox. And this Valtra wants to get the gearbox back because they want to refurbish it, they want to fix it, and then they sell it again. So basically, they need less virgin material, less metal, less other components which are crucial and critical to gearboxes. And once they fix the gearbox, it is as good as a brand new, and they can sell it again for the cheaper price for the consumer. So this is part of the business model today. And this is purely circular economy. There are also some other examples. For instance, quite well-known global company Philips Lighting, which is producing lighting elements and bulbs for households and businesses. One of the business models is that they are, again, leasing or renting, if you wish, light instead of selling individual bulbs. The idea behind is that a company or municipality can buy certain amount of light instead of certain amount of bulbs. And when the organization buys certain amount of light, the company is taking care of maintenance, they are taking care of energy bill, which gives incentive to company to produce as energy efficient bulbs as possible. And part of their business profit is coming from the secondary market of broken bulbs. For instance, glass and aluminium, which are usually used for the bulbs or lighting elements, they sell this material to other producers. So part of the business profit is coming from the secondary market of secondary raw materials. Next, I will tell you some concrete examples of municipalities. My organization has been promoting circular economy amongst the Finnish municipalities, and there are some smaller scale but well-functioning examples what the municipalities have done. In some municipalities, they have been working very closely with local industries and created, for instance, industrial symbiosis projects, meaning that once one industrial company is producing some primary products, there are always byproducts or waste, if you like. But this waste can be good raw material for another companies. And municipalities have invested in certain type of infrastructure, or they have used the city planning as a tool to build whole ecosystem where different types of companies can benefit from each other. But there are also some smaller scale, close to citizen type of examples. For instance, in one Finnish company, in one Finnish municipality, they were dismantling old wooden buildings, but big amount of raw material, this wood timber product, was in primary shape, and the municipality allowed people to use this timber product for their own good. So it does not cost anything, but timber product got a new life in new places. Also, in the city of Pori, there's a special project, municipality-wide project, to address waste food from schools. Utilizing surplus food from schools as food aid reduces food waste generated by the city's operations and creates common ground rules for the city to utilize the loss. School serving losses have become apparent as the amount is regularly assessed and the surplus ends up being edible. First 4 years, 24,000 free meals have found a new customer. In the city of Turku, they have a project to recycle furniture. They have implemented a furniture recycling pilot, to aim of which was the increased efficiency of the circulation of unnecessary furniture between the city's units. The system is based on a website to which city units can easily add their unnecessary furniture and craft material using a mobile application. The products in the system are visible to everyone in the city network and can be ordered to any unit. The application also shows furniture to be recycled, allows furniture to be recycled without having to move all surplus furniture to a centralized warehouse, which reduces the need for transportation. And finally, in the city of Jyväskylä, they promote more sustainable modes of transport and a denser city structure through zoning. The city has made it possible to reduce parking spaces when the property commits to the introduction of a shared car service. This will contribute to the spread of car sharing services, the sharing economy, and the spread of light traffic. When you don't have your own car, driving is likely to be reduced. So there are plenty of examples, both industrial applications on circular economy, but also very down-to-earth type of good practices in many villages and municipalities. Circular economy has endless opportunity. As I mentioned in the beginning, only 9% of all the raw materials which we take for our use end up to be reused or recycled. So, for instance, if you take 1 kilogram of cold ore and 1 kilogram of mobile phones, it's clear that there are more cold in the mobile phones than in the cold ore. So electronic waste recycling is one example of growing business areas. And all this have a strong link to sustainability. Sustainable economic models but also sustainability when we try to address, for instance, climate change or biodiversity loss. So I just want to summarize by saying that circular economy is already now a significant force behind economic growth, but its role will be even bigger in the future. And public sector can be enabler by providing new sustainable level playing field type of regulation, but also good practices, especially in public procurement, can help a lot to promote new business models. So circular economy is not the second best version of market economy, but it's more sophisticated, more sustainable, and more profitable version of the current linear model of market economy. So that's why, as much as this about protecting our nature and reducing CO2 emissions, it's promoting sustainable economic growth. I will stop here, and I'm open for your comments and questions. And as I said in the beginning, I'm also ready to discuss other topics if you wish. Thank you.
Mr. Katainen, for this inspiring input. I mean, it's reality is coming, and reality is the future, and reality is then the circular economy. This is what probably should be the message. Just for for the people that are watching or listening to us, please, you're invited to ask the questions. The questions you can put through the various channels that you're watching, either YouTube, Facebook, or you can send it also to the phones of some of our colleagues. Then these questions will be distributed to me or shared with me, and I'll be happy, to ask this question to Mr. Katainen. I mean, we are here now listening to you that yes, we are good consumers but bad citizens. This is what is one of the quotes also of this conference. And here in Ukraine, we are trying to help or to become a better citizen in order to go into the direction of this circular economy. But however, you said Ukrainian, you have a relation to Ukraine, your family relations even. But do you think that going towards the circular economy for a country like Ukraine, that is relatively lagging behind also economically, would be the right step? And if yes, but probably you will say, of course, what would be your advice here? I mean, on one side, you stressed that the private sector primarily is interested in the circular economy, but what should be also the role of the public sector, the national level, local level?
Yeah. We know already now that resource efficiency and sustainable business models will be more significant reason for consumers to select certain products, and it's a global phenomenon. So that's why all those businesses who want to sell internationally their products or knowledge are in the same boat, so to speak. So there's no way for bypassing this consumer demand and will. And that's why if a company wants to be in the right side of the history or wants to be at the same level as their competitors are, it's better to look at the energy efficiency or material resource efficiency projects within a business, because consumers are selecting products increasingly which are more sustainable. Also, it's a matter of productivity. If you don't need to be dependent on raw material coming from abroad, but instead you can recycle some raw material which are already in your society closer to you than some pieces of raw materials which may come from the other side of the world. You are less vulnerable, and also it makes economic sense because usually the nearer products or raw materials are cheaper than those which are coming from abroad. What public sector can do, there are basically two major areas which promotes the best circular economy. The first one is regulatory power of public sector. Public sector government can regulate the market as governments always do, and we don't need to make compromises between economic growth and sustainability if we give the market right incentives. For instance, I mean, easy example of this is that we cannot reduce CO2 emissions without private investment, and we cannot force private sector to invest in pure technologies, but we can give incentives. For instance, global agreement, Paris Agreement, where all the countries promise to each other to reduce emissions, it will create a new business environment for private sector. And if we had, for instance, carbon pricing mechanism in place, it would directly increase private sector to invest in pure technologies. So regulatory power, which is in the hands of the government, is a powerful tool to reshape the market. There is not circular economy without market economy, and that's why the regulation, whatever it is, must be market driven. So market economy is a fantastic tool, but it's always regulated for a way or another, and we don't need to reduce the power of market economy, but we can give new incentives to it, new regulations to it, and it starts producing whatever we want. And in the case of circular economy, usually the products are more sustainable, both economically and environmentally thinking. The EU is a superpower of circular economy currently. Many other countries, for instance, China, is forced to produce products which, if they want to sell them to the EU market, which applies the EU regulation. I give you an example that already some 10 years ago, EU created a legislation which regulates the energy consumption of TV screens or computer laptop screens. So it means that you can sell your products only if your TV screen consumes certain amount of electricity, not more than what the EU allows. And this has had a significant impact to the energy consumption of the EU. For instance, this legislation plus a couple of other energy efficiency legislations have reduced energy consumption in the EU in 10 years' time as much as what is Italy's annual consumption of energy. So this just shows the power of sustainable regulation. The second example, which is in the hands of public sector, is this public procurement, which I told quite a bit already. So even local authorities can be change makers in this respect, because municipalities and regions are big players when they are buying food, or they are buying clothing, or they are buying electricity or lighting, or you name it. And there the local authorities can set the conditions for these products. As I told the example of Dutch military case, it's a good example of the power of public procurement, and it had a big impact to boosting industry and industrial development, circular economy, industrial development in the Netherlands. So this is not rocket science, actually. This is quite a simple thing to do, and it just means that decision makers take the circular economy and sustainability to their agenda.
Thank you very much. We are trying in the House of Decentralization in ULEAD already for 2 years not to use plastic cans anymore, and trying to go into this direction. How much we are contributing to the circular economy, it's of course another question, but you know, it is awareness raising. This is what is important, you know, that our people are start to think about this, and this is, as you say, then also people in the local communities, the mayors, when they are deciding about the public procurement, they will make a small bullet point, you know, that the material, what material this should be, or how this should contribute to the, let's say, certain circular economy and sustainability as such. I have a question here that is also very much relevant somehow to the Ukrainian circumstances, and this is going like this. One of the main resources of municipalities is land, and one of key policies is land or spatial planning. This is what currently also legislation is going to be changed in Ukraine, and there are big preparations for that. Can the principles of the circularity be applied to land management and spatial policy as well? How would you maybe here go?
That's a very good point. That's a very good point and important point, because local authorities in many countries, I hear it's the same with Ukraine, are in charge of spatial planning. And spatial planning has a big impact to circular economy. There are some good examples in various countries, which I know, where the municipality authorities have used spatial planning for maximizing or for minimizing the need of private cars, for instance. And there are some examples. Actually, one of the examples which I mentioned before is that due to spatial planning, it was more possible to use, for instance, car sharing services. But also other services can be included to spatial planning. For instance, waste management could be easier. Different waste streams could be used for bioenergy, for instance, or then other companies or some companies could use collectively collected waste streams for their own uses. This extremely interesting area. There are good examples in my country, but also in Sweden, in Netherlands, where city authorities or town authorities have used spatial planning for promoting new type of services, reducing CO2 emissions, but also making waste management more efficient. And in some cases, it has created the whole range of new businesses which serves the citizens living these well-designed areas. So it's I mean, you can make huge difference by using spatial planning for sustainability purposes, and also the materials which are used for instance, buildings can play a huge role. This is very, very important topic.
Thank you very much. I mean, I just learned yesterday when I prepared for this discussion, you know, that, for example, Slovene government is now even preparing a project that is called Recycle Space Slovenia, you know, so it is recycling space and so it is already becoming quite a popular in the EU, and we would like to encourage also our friends here in Ukraine to try to think into this direction. There is now the question from the chat, and it's going like this. What are your recommendations about the instruments to build trust on the local level? We don't have a lot of time. I know this is this is probably a question one could talk quite a long time, but you know, what would be your recommendations here? Instruments to build trust on the local level.
Yeah, trust is like oxygen. You only realize it once it's running out. I think if I should mention one, it's transparency, because if people can trust on local authorities, if people see everything what local authorities are doing, how their tax money is used, for which purposes it's going to, and what kind of services they are getting out of the public policies, and if the processes are also transparent, and if free media is supporting this kind of process, it's probably one of the most significant way to improve trust. So there are many other aspects and dimensions too, but transparency in everything, so that there is no room for rumors that public resources have been used badly, or there are corruption or something like this. So and also this rule of law type of thinking, the transparency is the most important thing. So partially this is a little bit unconcrete theme, but partially it's also quite technical theme. The more transparent administration you can create, the better it is from the trust point of view.
That's very important, you know, but there could be also the next question, of course, can the transparency be misused? You know, how nowadays we have examples by politicians, you know, who are wrongly interpreting or presenting the data, and you know, it's always then we are coming to the certain points of different literacy that is to be introduced, and this is also one of the topics of this conference, of one of the keynote speakers. I would like to thank you very much for this discussion and for your input. Your experience of Sitra in working with the local communities in Finland may be very, very important also for us, for Ukrainian definitely, but also for You Lead with Europe project. You know, we are establishing a partnership between Ukrainian municipalities and municipalities from the European Union's member states, because we believe that only city partnerships, municipality partnerships can contribute then to sustainability of cooperation and of working together. When people know each other much better, you know, then they start to be interested what people from other countries are eating, drinking, how they are living, and then they are also starting business, and they are also starting working together. So I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Katainen. Best regards to Helsinki, and happy being with us.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Katainen. Thank you, Mr. Horvat. It's been most interesting to listen to your discussion, and I have even taken down that a trust is like oxygen. As soon as it runs out, you immediately begin to appreciate its lack. And I think that Ukrainian politicians as well as officials have to note down this expression, because trust is something which is hard to build, especially with the citizens at the local level, the people that have seen so much and have been so much disappointed about many things. So losing trust is really easy. Let us be mindful of that. Now, colleagues, we have planned a big interactive break for lunch. And we hope that your lunch is not going to be interactive, but the true one, fragrant and tasty one. We're going to take this break until 1:30 p.m. And be reminded that during this break, videos will be shown that will demonstrate the activities of ULEAD with Europe. And 5 minutes before we begin to start the next presentation, that is to say, at 13:25, you will begin to see the dynamics still on the screen, and that means that 5 minutes before the next panel awaits you, and we are going to have a most interesting workshop. Will be different a bit from the panel discussion because we will have the presentations prepared by our speakers. There will be representatives from many European countries, and I hope it will be very interesting. So let's take this break and see you back. So, dear colleagues, we are back to the studio at the International Expert Discussion. Greetings. My name is Yevgen Dukhovich, and I am the moderator for today's event. Be reminded that you are at the conference, The Development of Communities, Finance and People, which you lead, is holding together with Europe. At the previous session, which was visited by the former Prime Minister of Finland, Mr. Katainen, we did speak about trust and about how central authorities have to build trust both with the citizens and local authorities, and about the fact that the lack of trust means the lack of oxygen for the viable system of local self-government. And this was the discussion during which I believe a lot of experts, both in Ukrainian local levels and Ukrainian academics, had to take a lot of useful notes. Be reminded that you can watch us on our YouTube channel of You Lead with Europe on our Facebook account, as well as on the site of our conference, the reference to which is also cited. You can find it on YouTube as one of the links that we have for your reference. So use whichever way is more comfortable with you. You can ask questions of our panelists. This can be done with the help of the special moderator who will be choosing these questions. And at the next workshop that I'm about to announce, we are going to have very interesting speakers, the representatives of Switzerland, France, Germany, and of course, Ukraine. And this discussion will be moderated by one more professional with a huge deal of public experience, political experience. This is the former Minister of Finance of Slovenia, Mr. Šušterić. And I believe that this workshop called Institutions and Development that you're about to moderate will be very helpful and useful for our participants and audience. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would just briefly say the title of the session is Institutions and Development. So we will talk how these new institutions which were now established, like amalgamated from others, and the rules that apply to relations between different levels of government, the state government, regional government, local self-governments, how they may be used for better development, or what obstacles they may create if they are not the right ones. We have 5 really interesting speakers for this session. I will briefly introduce them, and then each of them was invited to speak for about 10 minutes to leave enough time also for your questions and maybe my questions or discussion between the members of the session. So our first speaker will be Professor Reto Steiner, who is from Switzerland, and he will tell us about the hope, what we can hope the municipalities and the decentralization and the local self-government may bring good to everyone's life. Because as you know, Switzerland is a very good example of this, and Professor Steiner has spent a lot of time researching different effects of decentralization, not only necessarily the good ones, also sometimes the not so good ones. Then we have 3 speakers, a block of 3 speakers who will speak about the quality of services provided to people by local administrations and local governments. The first one in this block of 3 speakers will be Dr. Gregor Virant. He is, some of you may know him because he led the project for public administration reform in Ukraine for quite a long time. Since then, he did it so well that now he's director of Sigma, which is the OECD Center for Public Administration Reform. So he will speak from his experience in Ukraine, with some impressions how to improve the public administration also at the local level. Then we have an Ukrainian speaker, Mr. Viktor Timoshchuk, who works for both ULIT and SIDA, has worked a lot and is still working on these administrative service centers, which are, a way to make better services for citizens. But he will speak also more broadly, about the experience from the ground, so to say, what can work, what municipalities, also what they are, they should be allowed to do, but maybe they are not. So then we have the final speaker in this block about the quality of administrative services, Professor Wolfgang Drexler, who is obviously German, from his name, but he works at the technology university in Estonia. And, he will speak about the digitalized administrations and how digitalization can improve the services with, I think, a very fascinating and very lively presentation as well. And finally, after we discuss this block, we have our final speaker, Dr. Natalia Shapoval, who is from Kyiv School of Economics. She will speak about this very important topic, which may be the biggest obstacle to benefits of decentralization, which are the unclear competencies and not clearly defined relations between different levels of government, the state, the regions, the local governments, how this may lead to some conflicts with some examples, and then of course we will talk how to do it better in future. Okay, so let us just start. I would invite Professor Steiner to present his presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. All of us live in a municipality, and we all have an expectation from our municipality what our municipality shall perform and how it shall perform its duties. This is exactly the question we asked citizens from all over Europe, colleagues from different universities. And you see on the next slide the result of this survey. What did the citizens say? They said they expect that municipalities shall solve the problems of the people, the citizens in the respective municipality. Next slide, please. And they also say the services provided by the citizens, by the municipalities, shall be tailored to the needs of the citizens. These have been all over Europe the most answered responses of the citizens on what they expect from their municipality. At a further distance, we see results like services should be cheap, or we need a certain organizational form, or we only need very few services at the local level. All answers concerning the organizational structures and processes seem to be to a less extent important to the citizens than the question: municipalities shall provide services which help to resolve the needs of the citizens. You may now say, this result is not surprising. And it is right. It's self-evident that we all expect from the government that they provide services we need. But the question is, what organizational structure helps to resolve the requests of the citizens? I would like to give you in the next 10 minutes a short introduction into the question, what kind of organizational form may be the best fit one to really answer the questions the citizens have and the expectations they have. Next slide, please. We could do this by using the European Charter of Local Self-Government. I'm a member of the Commission doing the local election monitoring and also the monitoring of how local autonomy is being organized in the member countries of the Council of Europe. The Charter, which has been in force since 1988 and in the Ukraine since 1998, could give us an easy answer, telling whenever possible, municipalities shall provide services, and whenever possible, services shall be provided as close to the citizens as possible, and the citizens shall be able to decide what services they want or not. This charter would be an answer, telling us municipalities shall perform public services whenever possible. But I think it is not enough just to cite such articles. We must have a closer look on how the different countries really organize their municipalities and why they have decided to do it in a decentralized way. And an interesting way to do this is having a closer look at Switzerland. Why Switzerland? 2 years ago, a number of scientists, among them and myself, tried to calculate a local autonomy index in Europe. We wanted to see in what country the decentralization has gone furthest. And the results of this study show that Switzerland is the country with the highest degree of decentralization. And therefore it makes a sense to have a closer look and answer the question, why did Switzerland decide to be that decentralized? And what are the consequences of this decentralization? And may there be some suggestions other countries could use as a good example? I know it's never possible to transfer the decisions of one country to another country, but what is possible is the learning, the benchmarking, the bench learning, which helps to make the institution in individual countries stronger. Next slide, please. Switzerland, the most decentralized country in Europe. Therefore, we may think, okay, we will probably have quite large municipalities and few ones which are really strong. But it's interesting to see that this is not the case. We have more than 2,200 municipalities in Switzerland, a country with 8 million residents only. Therefore, we have very small municipalities. Switzerland is the country with the smallest municipalities in Europe. The median is 1,400 inhabitants only. But these small municipalities perform about 1/3 of all public services in Switzerland. 1/3 of all expenses, of all public expenses, are being spent at the local level. And 1/3 of all income, all tax revenues, is being generated at the local level. So we have small local units, but they are really strong. These local units have seen problems like in most European countries in the last 10-20 years. Tasks have become more complex, and we see new technologies arising, like the digital transformation we see right now spreading all over Europe. And we have citizens who have higher and higher expectations from their municipalities. They expect that the municipalities are responsive and they really provide the services the citizens want. And if not, the citizens raise their voices and they say loudly what they expect. So we have small municipalities, strong ones, but at the same time municipalities which are under a quite strong pressure. Next slide, please. So it's interesting to answer the question, what may be the success factor so far of these small but strong municipalities, which are still able to cope with these challenges arising in the present. The graph you see here may give an answer. The Swiss municipalities build very strongly upon the ideas of the European Charter of Self-Government. The first thing, and this is the pillar of this house, is that the municipalities have their own resources, they can raise taxes, And in case the municipalities are poor, they get transferred money from the subordinate tiers of government. And at the same time, they have room of maneuver. They can act, but they are also responsible for what they do. This is the strong pillar of each municipality in Switzerland. Built upon this pillar, above this fundament, is that the municipalities all have a very high input legitimacy. All public services have to be approved by the citizens. The citizens come together to the ballot, or they even gather in an assembly to decide on what services they want in what quality. Not the details, but the basics of each service is being decided upon such democratic mechanisms. And then, last but not least, the municipalities are responsible for the way they provide the public services. The subordinate tiers of government give some directions, but the way the service is being provided has to be decided and being done by the municipality. And this together gives a well-run municipality. This system, which very much follows the European Charter of Local Self-Governance and also follows the idea by the German political scientist Fritz Scharf, what is good governance, is the construction of all Swiss municipalities. Next slide, please. This structuring of the municipalities shows results of what we in Switzerland have experienced with decentralization. And many empirical studies show that the advantages are much higher than the disadvantages. But the disadvantages have not to be neglected, and they have to be taken care of. The advantages are that services are much closer to the needs of the citizens in the different regions of Switzerland. They are also much more supported by the citizens, and they help to mitigate local conflicts. On the other side, the risk is that inequalities can arise and that sometimes things go slower. If a national government hopes that some services are being introduced and it takes the approval of all municipalities that they provide this service, it can take a little bit longer. But when it is being decided, then there is a strong support for such services. And inequalities have to be taken care of by perequation systems, that poor municipalities get enough funding that they can perform services even in poorer regions. I come to the first conclusions, and this is the last slide. Next slide and last slide, please.
Thank you.
What are the recommendations? The recommendations from the Swiss experience and also from my experience monitoring municipalities all over Europe through my role in the Council of Europe is we need strong administrative structure. The subsidiarity principle should be recognized. If possible, provide service at the local level. If possible, include the private sector. And you need a strong perequation system to support the poorer municipalities. Second, we need institutional protection mechanisms. Transparency is a conditio sine qua non, is a prerequisite that citizens can make decisions based upon facts. And we need a capacity building that municipalities get support in how they can have a good management system and so that they learn how to provide service in a good way. And we need also a system that debts and expenditures are under control. Municipalities shall have the right to decide upon their money, but there shall be rules that the debts don't get too high. Third point, tasks should always be under a permanent scrutiny. Municipalities, local councils should, this is the experience I have seen in Switzerland. I also was a member of parliament and president of the local city parliament, that there should be a regular examination of, is this task necessary? Do we reach the goals we want to reach with this task? And is there a financial feasibility? Can we finance it? And are we financially strong enough to finance this task? And fourth and last point, we need a participation of the citizens. If citizens can really decide upon the services, in general, if they can decide upon the budget of the municipality, they have a stronger sense of responsibility, and there is a higher accountability of the local politicians upon delivering the services the citizens expect. This needs a high financial autonomy of the municipality. Empirical evidence from European countries show if there is a low financial autonomy, then there is also a lower responsibility of the citizens. So we have to strengthen the voice of the citizens, but also to make them accountable of how they get revenues and on how they spend the money. These are 4 pillars, 4 points I have experience in Switzerland from empirical studies and from own political experience, but also from our monitoring missions, what makes municipalities strong, that they can really deliver services where the citizens say, yes, this is a municipality I'm proud of. This is a municipality which delivers services which help to make life of us better in the place where I live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Steiner. We are just on time to go on without any questions. I would just, by one sentence, underline for the audience your message at the end about direct democracy, which translated to countries without direct democracy, it means there's a lot people can do by themselves and should feel, entitled to do by themselves in order to make their governments work better. But now let's move on. Let's move on now to.
If I can say one sentence, Mr. Chairman, one sentence. Yes, not every country has direct democracy, but there are ways like participatory budgeting or engaging citizens in the planning of urban projects where you can have a form of participation. I think the most important thing is a certain form fitting to the country's needs of citizen engagement.
Thank you very much. Let us go on with our next speaker, Mr. Virant, formerly from Ukraine, but now from OECD Sigma. Please, Gregor.
Thank you, Yanis. I have to make a disclaimer at the outset. I'm not an expert in decentralization. I am an expert in public administration reform, and this is what I was doing in Ukraine. And this is what my current position is about. However, if there is one thing I would like you to remember from my presentation today is that there is a very strong connection between public administration reform and decentralization reform in Ukraine or in any other country. They are just two sides of the same coin, I would say. I don't know if you can see my slides. Even if you don't, it's not a problem because they're nothing special. I will simply talk about what I wanted to say. Public administration reform in Ukraine is in progress. It started several years ago. And it is about the following issues. It's about the reform of the civil service and HRM, mainly aiming at creating a more professional civil service and a merit-based one. Not very successful so far, I would say. Then it's about digitalization and improvement of the quality of services that public administration delivers to the citizens and to businesses. I would say that this segment of PAR in Ukraine has been the most successful so far. Many successful stories, such as the interoperability framework called Trembita, which enables exchange of data between different registries. There is a new electronic services portal called DIA. There is also a fruit of the decentralization reform, which is reflected in I would say, improvements of public administration. These are the centers of administrative service delivery, so-called SNAPs, very successful, and some very, very effective services organized around life events, such as Yemaliatko or eBaby, maybe the most prominent one. The reform is also about codifying safeguards of administrative procedure. There is an ongoing discussion in the Rada about the new, the first ever law on administrative procedure for Ukraine. It is also about strategic planning and policy making of the government, which reflects in the rules of procedure and so on. It's about the organization, restructuring of ministries and agencies, and there is also a separate strategy for the public financial management. On the next slide, you can see what is actually the framework for public administration reform in Ukraine. The value framework are the principles of public administration. It is a framework of standards, also a measurement and monitoring framework that has been developed by the program I'm currently heading. If you want an answer to the question, what is good public administration or what is good governance, one of the possibilities is to take a look in the principles of administration that we have developed. There are all standards, indicators, and very comprehensive measurement framework as well. We have performed a baseline assessment against the principles in 2018. So the state of play of public administration in Ukraine was assessed very thoroughly in 2018. There is a strategy which creates a framework for the reform, the public administration reform strategy. It expires this year, so a new one has already been in preparation. There is a separate PFM strategy, and there is an institutional framework for coordination of public administration reform, led by the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers and supported by the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. And now to the point. Where is the cross section between public administration reform and decentralization? It's on the next slide. There are many issues where PAR meets decentralization, and these issues are mainly the structure of multi-level governance. So the territorial units that are established and organized in the country for the purpose of both decentralization and deconcentration of state functions. The vertical distribution of responsibility between these levels is extremely important, and here we are talking about two things which at the first glance appear to be similar, but they are not exactly the same. One aspect of the distribution of responsibility is decentralization. This is the political aspect. How the responsibilities for policy making in different areas are distributed between different levels of government. Public policy making, managing of public finance, public funds, managing of public infrastructure, roads, hospitals, schools, and so on and so forth. And there is another process, which we usually call deconcentration, which is more about how the functions and services of the central government, so the ones that have to be centrally owned, state-owned, are organized in the territory. For example, issuing of passports or ID cards or police control or inspection control or fiscal service and so on and so forth. Now, there is one more connection between the two I would like to mention, namely the standards, the values of good governance that apply to the central government can mutatis mutandis, or even in exactly the same way, apply also to the subnational government levels. For example, merit-based recruitment, or inclusive policymaking, evidence-based policymaking, public participation in policymaking, value for money, public procurement, and so on and so forth. All the standards that apply to ministries, to the central government, in a way, well, mutatis mutandis, or exactly in the same way, apply also to the regional and local governments. One of the key issues that will have to be answered, will have to be addressed in Ukraine soon, and unfortunately have not yet been comprehensively addressed. That's the previous slide, actually, the previous one. And then we will see the last one, is how to organize deconcentrated, how to deconcentrate the central government functions. So how to organize the central government functions and services across the territory of the country. If we look at the practices of the EU member states and, well, other European countries, but also the OECD member states, we can see that there are several approaches. What the central government can do is organize territorial branches of central public administration bodies. The police, the state tax authority, the central inspection services, and so on and so forth, the Home Affairs Department, the registry, the population registry, can organize their territorial branches on the territory of the country with very weak horizontal coordination. So there is a very strong vertical line between the central and deconcentrated branches, but there is very weak horizontal coordination. The second possibility is to establish, to organize general territorial public administration bodies with very strong coordination. And the most famous example of it are the French prefectures. So the central government, deconcentrated central government organizations, which are organized at the level of département, at the level of which is equal to the local government level. These services are very strongly coordinated because there is one position which coordinates and leads all these services. So there is a head of prefecture, it's the préfet, and the préfet is a civil servant appointed by the state, by the government, by the Minister of Interior or by the Prime Minister. And there is a third possibility to delegate the functions of the central government to subnational administrations, to local and regional administrations. So the central government says, well, why should we bother to organize our own network of services, of branches, which can just delegate the functions to the existing administrative structures of at the regional and local level. Of course, provide them also with the resources to do that, and that's it. And of course, there is also a possibility to combine these three models. And the last slide, and of course, I have to emphasize that this is all very simplified, of course. in reality, it is much more complicated and much more sophisticated, and one would need much more time to explain it. But I would just like to draw the attention of the policymakers and to the experts to this very important issue that has not yet been properly addressed. How to do that in Ukraine? Just a couple of quick recommendations for, as a teaser. I think that if you want to have it simple and transparent, you should use the same territorial structure for both decentralization and deconcentration, which in practice would mean the oblast, the rayon, and the hromada level. There should be a clear vertical division of political or policy responsibilities in the framework of decentralization. It should be very clear who does what in education, who does what in healthcare, who does what in roads, road infrastructure, and so on and so forth. There should be a clear distinction between decentralized functions and deconcentrated, because the latter ones should be much more thoroughly controlled and coordinated by the state. So the state functions, including state-owned services, should be centrally coordinated, monitored, and controlled. And here I would like to emphasize that I think it is particularly important that the key registries of the state, such as the registry of population, the registry of the business registry, the registry of legal entities, the registry of land and real estate, they should all be centralized and centrally owned. Because if they are managed, if they are organized and managed by subnational levels, it can become very, very complicated when it comes to delivering services that depend on the data from those registries. And the very last question, would it be better for Ukraine to have a monistic or a dualistic system? So to have at the same territorial level, on the one side, self-government, and on the other side, territorial branches of the central government? Or would it be better that the regional and local administrations provide both types of functions, the one type of function in a more autonomous way, the other part of functions in a more controlled way? Well, I leave it open. I leave it to you. Both is possible, and this is just you can use it as as food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Virand. I think we'll come back to a lot of these questions. Other speakers will come back to a lot of these questions. So thank you very much, but let's just go on. I think already Mr. Timoshchuk will maybe have some additional information and additional views on this division and the responsibilities of local governments. Please, Mr. Timoshchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Janusz, and thank you, Gregor, for his previous presentation, because it seems to me now we have an opportunity to bridge the things that I'm going to say with what has just been said, because the majority of my messages are going to address the Ukrainian audience, because I have taken very specific questions for discussion. Nevertheless, there will be some general trends that we can also identify both for Ukrainian and international experts. Likewise, would you please bring my presentation on the screen? I would like to talk about the distribution of powers to deliver essential administrative services in the context of decentralization, because as Gregor said, these powers may be shared by one part of the public administration or by another part of public administration, so we have to understand how to use them more appropriately. In the first slide, I would like to make two caveats, because in our panel we have experts presented with various experiences coming from various countries, and this definitely impacts our vision. And these warnings or caveats are as follows. Ukraine is a very large country with large area, but population is 40 million. And the experience of smaller countries, where we only have a population as much as 1 million to 10 million people, proves the point that that experience of such countries in Ukraine works in a very limited way. We borrow the best practices, but still we have to account for that. Therefore, there is the second warning I make. When we talk about the service provision, a very simple recipe is provided. Let us digitalize everything, and then we will resolve all of the problems in this area. And I would immediately like to put an emphasis by saying that in Ukraine, because of the above-mentioned reasons, the large territory and the big population, and many other sub-reasons, the digitalization in short and mid-term, unfortunately, will give only very limited results. And long-term perspective will definitely lies ahead of us, but we still have to think about some other tools in service provision area. And my 20-something year-long experience bears witness to the fact that the Ukrainian recipe is to trust as much as we can in local governments. And the second point that I make is something that our international experts taught us for many years, that there are many approaches to take as for the principle of good governance, the principle of power distribution. Services have to be delivered as close to people as they can be, and we have heard it today from our speakers. Therefore, they have to be delegated to territorial communities as much as we can. And the state will leave with itself the functions of shaping policies at the level of ministries, something that we have already heard, administering central registries, because this is a very effective tool, especially when we delegate authorities. We shouldn't decentralize running registries. Then there are also functions to help local governments. And another important function is the legal professional oversight over how local governments exercise their mandates. That's something that governmental agencies have to take care of. And let me give you two examples of some successful and not successful experience of delegating authorities. The first successful experience is the years 2015 through 2016. When Mr. Groisman was the prime minister in Ukraine, two groups of powers were delegated to local governments. This was to do with registering of different businesses, running different registries of property and places of residence. Because we need, once again, to bring these services very close to the citizens. And a lot of corruption was cut out because local self-governments immediately decreased the number of officials that were needed, and people don't have to line up now for different documents and certificates. And when we were organizing the work for administrative service centers, when we were cooperating with ULEAD, we saw that all of these things can also very well go into the purview of ASCs, because they can integrate these activities in a much better way. But we also suffered a very bad failed experience with the same centers, because some took it even further. We listened to our Georgian counterparts, and they suggested that we should implement elements of competition. And when we spoke about the functions of registering businesses, this was something that was given to accredited companies. They are commercial enterprises. And 3 years later, we had to reject this practice because there were a lot of violations of law, raidership practices that we call that in Ukraine. And there were very simple reasons for that, because Ukraine, unfortunately, has a very weak judicial system, justice system. We still have very high levels of corruption, and that means that not all toolkit of public tool management can be applied in Ukraine. And now we seem to be at the peak of decentralization when territorial prerequisites have been shaped, and there are some conflicts in the redistribution of powers that can be witnessed. First of all, we talk about the registration of birth, death, and marriage. In Ukraine, it's a paradoxical situation at the moment. In large cities, these powers was always the competence of the Ministry of Justice, and the small village communities always had these powers. And now when small villages join towns and cities, they lose their management. And this is a paradox of decentralization reform, when unfortunately services deteriorate for a lot of citizens, when some people in the village areas have to go all the way to 20 or 30 kilometers to a body of the Ministry of Justice to register deaths or births. And towns are hoping to receive this mandate in order to receive, once again, the opportunity to provide these services in their amalgamated communities, but unfortunately now the legislation is lagging behind. And another area where the situation is stark opposite. It's the social security services. When we talk about utility benefits and social benefits, in Ukraine these are terribly wanted. These services are wanted much. And why is this an opposite situation? Because these authorities and powers and still remain with big towns and cities, something that we call the towns of regional significance. But local rural communities didn't used to have these powers. And now, logically speaking, decentralization ensures for all amalgamated communities to have a broader mandate. So that means that all communities would have to share all of these powers equally. But the government is right now implementing another kind of policy. First, there will be established a new state-owned body, and perhaps even towns will be deprived of this mandate, and the local governments will only be left with the function of front offices, only receiving documents. And honestly speaking, as a professional, as an expert, I believe this is a decision that still requires a lot of thorough thinking, because once again, as I say, this is paradoxical for decentralization, because after amalgamation, local communities will be losing their powers. Two more areas. I will be very brief, because in the general context, in this model of decentralization, it's important to mention the property of business registration, as I mentioned that before. Now in Ukraine, they're discussing an option to reject the government control. So they want only judicial control to be exercised at the public level. It's only a draft law, but once again, I think it requires a lot of thinking, because when delegating authorities, it's wrong to refuse administrative oversight for the state. And another illustration I'd like to give, because in Ukraine we are going to open land market, and land registration as an administrative service is also much in demand. And unfortunately, again, it's an open question for us who will register, who will exercise the registration function. And they would like to give it to some certified, accredited companies. And I believe this is pretty much like that negative experience of the years 2016 and 19, when the similar thing was done with the real estate and business registration. And I would like to appeal with our administrative authorities to be more thoughtful and to pass these authorities to the local self-governments, because they will be most motivated to provide high-quality services. So these are the four examples in the area of administrative service provision that bear witness to the fact that we don't have one single analytical approach how to approach the majority of services in demand. And not last but one, I have to mention money, because in November a law was passed into effect which speaks about every Hromad, every community, it has to have its own ASC. And we have heard about these ASCs being a very successful example of decentralization in Ukraine. More than 500 amalgamated communities have already created these burger bureaus, as in Germany, or administrative service centers. Nobody forced it onto them, but just because of the help of the public budget and donor support, for 550 amalgamated communities have already set up these centers or are in the process of setting them up. But because the decentralization reform is still going on, the decision was taken that such ASCs have to be present in all amalgamated communities, in all hromadas, because it's an instrument of comfortable and accessible service provision. But unfortunately, in the state budget, there's very little funding in order to ensure that this infrastructure of manpower and premises are ensured. Funding is unfortunately short. Ukrainian experts know about that, but maybe foreign experts will also speak in favor of their experience. If we do not provide direct resources and budgeting, maybe it's a good idea for Hromadas to be provided with a fishing rod to ensure relevant compensation for service provision, that is, rational administrative fees. For instance, when they delivered the function of registering real estate facilities, the money from that, the revenue from that was immediately channeled to the local budget. So I believe that right now we have to reconsider the fees charged for service provision. A lot of them, unfortunately, are very low, or everything is free of charge for the majority of cases. We are not a very rich country, and free of charge, it means that all taxpayers have to pay for that, but not the users of these services. Therefore, I would like to urge the Ukrainian authorities to look at this problem. Maybe we would have to take a special law on administrative fees and charges. And general conclusions to make. We, as the state, need to have a single strategy and a holistic framework for power distribution that has to be in place, and it has to be applicable to different systems, and we have to be fully aware of how that functions. Second, and most important, we need to delegate certain services and powers to local self-governments in order to motivate them. It's a very powerful mechanism and has demonstrated itself in a very good way in terms of service provision. And two more things to say that in Ukraine, a new law on local self-government is being devised, but they're still not planning to identify the delegated authorities, only their own authorities, the central authorities' mandate. And I don't think it's the best decision, because a lot of newly created communities are still trying to understand what their competencies are, and they will get lost in hundreds of documents to understand what their competencies are all about. So I think that policymakers definitely have to understand the list of their powers and authorities vested in them. And lastly, if the concept of delegating authorities to the local governments is approved as our strategy in order to ensure the development of local municipalities or hromadas, it doesn't mean that all powers have to be delegated within 1 month or 2 months. It has to be a flexible, medium-term strategy, a very differentiated approach when some more capable communities can undertake these powers now. Others will have to start doing this at a later stage. But in this way, I think that we would be pursuing and targeting the correct purpose and correct way.
I would just ask everyone who is in this room of speakers to mute your microphones on the screen while others are speaking, because otherwise we are getting some echo. I forgot to do it myself as well, so that's why I dare to assume that maybe some of you forgot about this too. We need to go right on with the speakers, and we'll just go on with all the speakers, and then if there's time, we will have some questions and discussions at the end. So the next speaker is Wolfgang Drexler. This will be now something different from what we heard already. But please, just go on, Professor Drexler.
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. Audience, can I have the slides, please? Well, let me start already. The bias, if you have an appointment in Estonia and you talk about local e-governance today, is that people expect kind of a cliche e-hype speech that says that there is no life outside of the digital. And I'm very hesitant to blow into this horn, but there is practically no life that goes without the digital today. Next slide, please. And certainly this is the case about Ukraine. In the beginning of the talks about this lecture, the question was raised, is this really an important agenda point, or where on the development is Ukraine today. And I asked a former student of mine who has become one of the mayors of the new municipalities, and he said, if in a very polite way, how can you even ask such a question, even for confirmation? Of course, life has so much moved into the digital that since 2009, we do not talk about the difference between the real and the virtual anymore, because the virtual has become real. So the question when talking about local e-governance in Ukraine is not whether this is a desirable or possible thing, but it is a necessity in that local governance needs to take the realities of life into account. Next slide, please. What makes our time and the last years, maybe the last decade, important is also that democratization as such is not enough anymore. The big questions that we are all discussing now about democracy in peril and competition to democracy and threats and challenges, what this means is that once you have democracy, once you have transition to democracy, once you're establishing democracy, it is really important to deliver. Now, I would not say that public service provision is all that the state on all levels is about. This is too little, and it's not the entire story, but it is very important. And if you want to cement democracy or develop democracy, the public sector needs to deliver on a very, very high level, because if it doesn't, it strongly delegitimizes what we have achieved or want to achieve. Next slide, please. And the third basic thing I want to say is that whatever one knows about e-governance is probably outdated already, because e-governance is a moving target. And that makes it very difficult for experts, including local governance experts and public administration experts. You see, this is the queen from Alice in Wonderland, and she is running, and Alice asks her, why are you running? And she says, well, here you have to run to stay where you are, and you have to run double as fast to get somewhere. This is certainly the case with digitalization. So it is a highly, highly demanding and very tricky field from this side. Next slide, please. Actually, here I can really go to Mr. Wierand and Mr. Steiner about the importance of municipality that we have already heard before. So we do live in municipalities. If we go out of the door, we are in a municipality. States may be imagined communities, but local governments are not. They are real, hopefully at least, and certainly after good reforms. Next slide. And if we want to develop economically and socioeconomically on all levels, this needs to happen on the local level at least as well, for which the municipalities need their tools. Next slide, please. So I agree with what was already said, and that is that municipal autonomy is an extremely high value, and it's an important achievement of civilization that we do know furthers life quality. But there is also the necessity to have some form of coordination, and what is extremely important, what we see with smart cities today, is that and smart villages as well, they need to be interoperable. That means to create islands alone doesn't really do, and especially in a time where people are moving more than one would think, this is an absolute necessity. But once again, we are forced into a balancing act, which is always more difficult than to have an easy solution the one way or the other. Next slide, please. So in sum, there is no local government without e-government. The question is, how do we establish good e-government on the local level? Not whether or when, but how. Next slide, please. And it is really important that we don't fall prey to the policy bias. That means to establish papers or have commissions with certain theories or something like that, that say it should be in a certain way. The crux in public administration is always in the implementation, and so the key for successful local e-governance, that is certainly something we would say today, and we didn't see that clearly 10 years ago, is really that somebody needs to do that and have that capacity, and that is the people who actually do the local level administration. Next slide, please. In public administration theory, when we are talking again about good public administration, which means equity and performance, there was a time when we thought it's enough to have good institutions. That's not the case. There was a time when we thought that we just have motivated and competent people. That's also not the case. As it looks today, the general opinion is that we need both. That means we need good systems that work in context, not overall reified systems that claim to universality. There are very few universal laws in local governance as well as in public administration. But in context, you need systems that work and deliver. We've heard about those. And we need people who do this well and with good intentions. That is a tough bill, but there is no substitute to that. Next slide, please. This year marks the 100th death of perhaps the most important of the European public administration theorists, Max Weber, who has emphasized a very stable, very classical bureaucracy, which then in reforms in the 80s, 90s, and the early aughts was challenged by a more managerial, more business-oriented approach. The thing, though, is that what we would now say generally, as well as for e-governance, is what is needed on the administrative level, general as well as local, is agile stability. That means, according to the challenges of the moment, the public sector needs to deliver both sustained stability and agile fixing and going towards the problems that emerge. Again, something here that I'm taking up, if in a bit synthetic way, from the previous papers. And here I have to mention the COVID situation again. One of the big questions that public administration right now is asking itself is what kind of administrative systems have been best in the COVID response? And one of the answers, and I believe correctly, is that those who provide both, that means agile stability, that means with groups or units or people or institutions that react towards a changing environment very quickly and swiftly, plus with high capacity background that can get through such systems. These are the winners. If you have only agility and if you have only stability, you may die quicker. So next slide. The fact is that there are no examples for successful e-governance implementation without high administrative capacity. And since we do need this, the high administrative capacity, however defined, however realized, is something that we need to go for. The investment in this kind of high quality PA on the personal level as well as on the institutional one, on the local level as well, seems absolutely crucial. And that almost is what I want to say, but I have two warnings. Next slide, please. If systems do not man up, to use this old word, and provide high quality digital provisions, then the danger is always that e-governance is can used in a packaged way for a negative side. E-governance by far is not only positive at all. There is a Chinese Safe City initiative in which you can purchase a full package of surveillance hardware, software, and even the people. This you have on the corporate sector as well. In other words, if the public sector leaves a competence and contents void in this area, other institutions, agencies, countries, and states will move in. That vacuum will not hold. And next slide. One of the recognitions we have seen in the last decade is that you do need to create the motivated, competent, no, one back. Okay, well, yes, motivated, competent civil service, because digitalization doesn't lead to a increase, either in democracy or in competence. So the phrase here is e-governance is like MSG. This is this powder that you sometimes get in Asian food that increases certain flavors. And that, unfortunately, is what e-governance does. You don't get more democracy by throwing laptops at innocent people. But once you have a very liberal democratic system, e-governance will increase these vectors. And if it is a more oppressive regime, that will also be the case. So in sum, digitalization, as necessary as it is, isn't enough. Next slide. So the goal, as also you lead and GIZ, for instance, in general say, is, at least in peace times, the sustainable quality of life. And I think this is a very good place, the good life in the good city, if you will, as something that we are heading to. But in 2020, this includes truly good local e-governance, aware of the risks. And yes, there are options outside of this, but that doesn't seem to be an option that is being chosen in almost all places in Europe, and also not in Ukraine. So truly good local e-governance as a basis for good local governance seems to be needed. Next slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really efficient and interesting, and a lot of, you know, little things you mentioned. I mean, little comments that we would all like to start discussing right away now, I think, but we cannot. I think it's polite to first give the word to the last lady, the last person, and the first lady in the room. I'm sorry, Natalia, for this, but we thought that actually your topic about this division of responsibilities and rules and conflicts between levels of government will be the most important for thinking about the future at the end of this workshop. It was touched upon already. We also received a question in the chat about what are the key conditions for well-organized multi-level governance in a big country like Ukraine is. So please, I would invite you to present your presentation, and then hopefully we'll have some time also to your final comments from every one of you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like my presentation to be on the screen. We often think about questions or issues or matters as something that belongs to the competencies of central government authorities or local governments. And in my presentation, I will show that there are numerous issues, in particular the issues related to regional development. They lie somewhere in between the competencies, powers, and resources of central governments as well as hromadas or municipalities. Moreover, they lie somewhere between the interests of the country, region, area, and a local community. And the second point that I would like to illustrate is that for such matters that lie in between various interests and powers, the monopoly to choose which of these issues are to be resolved or not still lies with the central authorities. As yet. Next slide, please. If we take a look at the strategy of the regional development, the state strategy of the regional development, it becomes evident that all of the issues that can be resolved at a certain level, like access to different services, are mentioned, but the resources will not be enough for a local community to build adequate level of education, and the central authorities will not be able to resolve this question. The same goes for the development of economy, because economy is really conditioned by history, by what was going on, for instance, in our territory during the Soviet regime, and nothing can be done at just a single level. So the question is for both financial resources and administrative resources, and it's a question to a lot of problems that cannot be limited with just administrative territory division. The illustrations of questions that we were able to see when together with GIZ, we were making a strategical assessment for regional development. It was something that related to the school networking, the strategy of education, which was written for schools to obtain greater budgeting and have a high level. Some of these schools have to be abolished, other schools have to be merged, and here we are confronted with the fact that it's beneficial for everyone. But when we speak about the local village, which needs to close its school, on the one hand it looks beneficial and profitable, but on the other hand, politically speaking, it's very difficult to do because people still work in the school, they have jobs, and salaries are very low in the villages, etc. The same goes for healthcare facilities. There are huge scandals. How can you close a new hospital, for instance? The same goes for roads, because via the territory of a local community, there may be going a road of central significance. And if these local communities can fix themselves these roads, unfortunately the level of road repair may be very low, and therefore it's not something that local communities are responsible for. Talking about land allocation, because of the low process of the market implementation in Ukraine, there are very few authorities with local communities right now. Talking about taxation, sometimes, enterprises are registered in one administrative unit, but they pay taxes and function in another territorial unit. And there are numerous examples of that, and I will also be providing some specific examples of what it looks like at the level of communities. Next slide. We'll start with school network optimization. The biggest problem it faces with is that it's not happening, but it's because it's not profitable to close the schools for those that have to close it, because the authority to close or set up a school is something that lies with the local community for them to ensure the quality of educational services. If we take Ivankivska amalgamated community, Ivankivska Hromada, there, the community decided which schools to open, which ones to close, and 3 villages were dissatisfied with that. All of the other villages agreed with this plan. They all approved this concept, and they closed the schools. And villagers who had children, they had to send their children to a different Hromada. And thus, they reduced subvention for their own amalgamated territorial community. Another example, it's Mlinkivska Hromada, or municipality. The head of this community decided to merge 2 secondary educational facilities. However, as a result, the villagers disagreed against this, and the regional court at the level of Rayon, they decided that this was wrong to merge these 2 Hromadas into one, and now the budgeting still continues not to be channeled in one way, but it's distributed into several channels. Next is Kalinivska and Ulyanivska Hromadas. It's a very poor area. The local school was closed, and the local children didn't have an educational facility because this community could not provide transportation for these children to go to another school. So eventually the local community began to provide for school buses, but after a while. This is a slightly different example, my favorite one, by the way. It's about Krasnoyilsky village school. It's in the picturesque Transcarpathia. It's a story to show how long these conflicts may run. The impossibility to combine, to mix all of the interests into something one, how long it can run, and how local communities can suffer as a result of that, and they lack proper mechanisms to resolve such serious situations. The school that was built back in 1972, this was still in the days of Gorbachev in power, they decided to run the first reconstruction. It didn't work out. The reconstruction was terminated, money had run out, or whatever was the reason. So without the reconstruction, the school continued to exist for another 20 years. Then they tried to fix and repair something. They changed the floor, And then the money again ran out. In 2008, the flood damaged the school. Yulia Tymoshenko came to see the school. She was the then prime minister, and she promised money for the reconstruction, but the money never arrived. It was very important at that time to speak about that school because it's a large-sized one, and it services several villages that are situated up in the mountains. Sometimes some of the children have to walk as long as 3 hours to reach that school. So Tymoshenko, the prime minister, promised, and she never delivered on her promise. Things stopped until the year 2018, when the school began to fall apart because of these disconnections, disagreements. Mold spread so much that even the floor started to fall in. And the children began to cough and suffocating, and the school had to be closed down. And they transferred them to some empty premises, like the local village council. Then the next government of Groisman allocated some 10 million Ukrainian hryvnias. He went to that place, and now Shmygal, the current prime minister, who was the head of the local regional administration, he went there and he promised the money. The government changed, the money disappeared, and the local community announced a local bid for that, and some construction contractors began to build, but then again they didn't finish the work and disappeared together with the money. At the end of this year, in the month of August, the money again re-emerged because it's the new government. They began to take their personal interest in this reconstruction, but still the local community cannot resolve its own problem because the money budgeted as a result of the tender announced previously, and the contractors had built something wrong. Now they have to be paid money for that to finish their construction, but they will not do much. So this local community is left stranded. All of these are the illustrations, as well as the previous illustrations. They are there to show that local communities have their authorities in place, but these large-scale problems still cannot be tackled because there is no one effective mechanism of how to raise these issues if they are complicated and complex. They don't have realistic ways of tackling, and perhaps it will take years and years, and maybe never, for them to be able to resolve such matters. Next slide, please. Roads. The same goes for roads. And this program, the Great Construction, which is running across Ukraine, is trying to resolve these problems in many ways, but Mezhivska territorial community, which is pretty well off, they're ready to allocate money for road infrastructure themselves in order to fix the central significance road, because they have more than 20,000 people in this community that have been deprived of means to the centers of administrative service provision or to local hospital, because unfortunately the road went into complete disrepair because of the military campaign hostilities in the eastern of Ukraine. So this territorial community is a success story because they achieved success. Eventually this road was built. Next slide. Talking about land, once again, it's very similar because recently in the Parliament of Ukraine, they voted in favor of a law in favor of decentralization and power for local communities to be able to deal with their land, which is of not agrarian purpose. And there are lots of lawsuits running right now across the country because of the land issues, because local citizens quite often do not want to lease their land. They mistrust leasers because the prices charged are very unfair, and there are lots of numerous protests rolling across the country. And all of the previous illustrations that I have provided, they are pretty convincing to show that irrespective of how much we can delineate between different delegated authorities on paper, still, if we do not get all of the stakeholders involved, it's impossible to resolve any matters or problems. Therefore, besides these problems, if they go beyond the limits of a certain geographical territory, if they're so significant and something that cannot be resolved at the local self-government, still there are no mechanisms for these matters to be handled. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Natalia. We have exactly 10 minutes left. So what I would like to happen is for each of the speakers to have one final message. You can talk, to the people, or you can comment on something other speakers have said. I know, for example, Mr. Virant was also champion of digital government in Slovenia, and there were a lot of interlinkages between your presentations. I will not ask questions, but I will just ask who wants to start. Just raise your hand, because I see all. Nobody wants to start. Yes, Mr. Virant, please. And you have 2 minutes. It's
Yeah, thank you. I will be very brief. My conclusion, after all that I have heard today, is that after all the achievements that the decentralization reform has achieved in Ukraine, especially in terms of merging the municipalities, the biggest questions lay ahead. The biggest question still needs to be answered, especially the question of how multi-level governance will be organized in Ukraine, and how responsibilities and competencies and power and money will be distributed among different levels of governance, and also how the state, the central government, will organize its function across the territory of the country. Given the size of the country, how huge Ukraine is, and also how great it is as a country, I think this is a massive challenge. It will all have to be considered and implemented very carefully, because every mistake in this respect, every small mistake will be magnified, and the impacts, the negative impacts might be really massive. So it is time to start really thinking about these issues at the level of policymakers.
Thank you, Gregor. Yes, Professor Steiner, please.
My impression from what I have heard this afternoon is that we need municipalities which have the support from their citizens. And this means we need municipalities where the people can really decide on what the municipality does and how the services are being provided on one side. And on the other side, we need municipalities who really perform, who deliver the services the people need. In order to get a good approval, we really need municipalities who have power. And this means we need city councillors, we need bureaucrats who really know how to manage a municipality. And this is not self-evident. This needs support from the central government. This needs a good training, education of all these bureaucrats. And this also needs a support in introducing new technologies. We cannot leave the municipalities alone. We have to really strengthen them and to give them power. Financial power, resource power, but also managerial power. And I think this is the big challenge now, to really feel this concept of municipality in the future in the Ukraine. I think this is possible, but this takes a long way to go, and citizens may easily be disappointed from what the municipalities deliver. And so we should have the possibility to really show results, easy wins, that the citizens see, yes, there is a progress going on. And I think this is something which has to be supported by all tiers of government, which has to be supported also by experts and by the entire civil society. It takes a long breath, but it's possible.
Thank you. To add to your optimism, it was said today in an earlier session that there is some evidence that people are now paying more taxes or more voluntary paying taxes because of the new Hromadas, and they are a little bit positive towards this new development, but it really needs a lot of support to make it happen. So maybe I see no hands, but maybe I can ask Mr. Okay, Mr. Wexler. Yes, please.
Yes. So I think that municipal unit reform is a very heavy act in today's structured living together, as is decentralization. I absolutely agree that once you do that, the challenges lie ahead, but the responsibility is also very high to make this work. This is difficult and arduous and very expensive, but I don't really see how one could conceptualize an alternative to it. And it's not only a responsibility, but to be a bit positive as well, it is also a positive challenge and an opportunity to do this well. My ideal of the formatted public sector is the entrepreneurial state. And that includes entrepreneurial municipalities that really advance and foster and push forward citizen engagement and the good life in the good city. That can be done, and it is worth every stakeholder's great effort in doing so. Thanks.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And there was in the morning in the chat, somebody commented that municipalities need these little victories and they need to communicate them well. We'll hear in the afternoon about how you tell a story about your success, but exactly, this is then a bit entrepreneurial, you know, to make something good for your small but important for your people in at your local level and have these victories. Mr. Timoshchuk, were you thinking when you were listening to all these ideas that, you know, how will the municipalities do it? You know, do they have enough people? Do they have enough resources, skills, support from the central level? Or were you thinking, yes, this is great, now we know how to do it?
We don't know exactly. I don't know exactly how, but I'm definitely confident that what Ukraine has been able to perform during the last 5 years is a really rigorous reform, creating territorial communities and these new regional setup. And all of those examples that have been demonstrated to us, they bear witness to the fact that people are happy with the powers delegated to that, even with those limited resources that they have. Talking about the people resources, human resources, is definitely one of the most painful ones because good personnel is definitely lacking. And even if we look at the ratio in Ukraine, a lot of public officials are still there at the central level. There are 2 or 3 times as many as at the local level, and a lot of powers are being delegated on the regional or local level. But the proportions in terms of personnel, unfortunately, are still not changing in favor of local regions. And the Ministry of Local Development, Regional Development, profile committees are really taking it very close to their heart, talking about the further development in the regions. But other ministries are still holding fast to their budgets, resources, structures, and they do not feel the general context of the changes taking place in the country. So there's no this homogeneous unity in terms of how change should be rolling across the country. It's not only units that have to be set up, but the efforts have to be redistributed. In terms of digitalization in Ukraine, Ukraine is probably unique in many ways because the decentralization industrialization context, there are some very successful stories. In some places like Ivano-Frankivsk, Kremenchuk, and Kharkiv, these are 1 million strong cities, some of them. E-governance is developing there at a very high level. And in this connection, I'd like to say that we have to find a model of digitalization for the country to be implemented both by the central authorities as well as supported at the local level. Therefore, there has to be this communication, connection, and mix of the efforts, and the central authorities have to hear the voices of local, regional authorities. And
Thank you very much. As at home, the last word in this session will go to the lady. Natalia, how can we or how can you avoid such conflicts better that you spoke about in future?
Thank you. Yes, I will voice my conclusions. Many questions of regional development still lie in between the authorities of local and central authorities, and between the interests of businesses, communities, regions, villages. And in order to balance all of these interests and authorities and mandates, it takes communication, negotiations, creating platforms upon which the interests of local communities or municipalities will be presented in order to be resolved effectively. And another conclusion I have made from the presentations delivered by my colleagues concerning digitalization, my conclusion is that it's really necessary to keep our eyes open with regard to new technologies that incessantly open up and emerge in order to avoid different approaches to resolving the same problems within our country, like we have a smartphone state or is one approach, and another building administrative centers of providing services as another solution. So we shouldn't duplicate the same work and the same efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We really need to go now. We need to clear the room to be prepared for the next session. You know, the cleaners will come and other people. So thank you everyone for your contributions, for listening, for chatting, and see you at the next session. Goodbye. Just press the red button.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Дякую, пане Яне.
Thank you, Mr. Yanis. Thank you. It's been most interesting to listen to your session, to your workshop. And I suppose for our audience, it was also very helpful because they've been able to pick the brains from other countries' representatives. And to what Ms. Natalia has said, duplicating the functions in our country, unfortunately, this is a commonly recognized problem. And if there is digitalization, then the inventory of these services will be improved. And then perhaps there will be no duplication and we will definitely have a good headway. So now, dear friends, the agenda is as follows. Our break is going to be shorter. That will be only 15 minutes long until 3:15. After that, we will get back to have another workshop, which will take about 1 hour or 1.5 hours, and it's titled Finances and Responsibilities. We've spoken about institutions and their development, and now we will talk about finances. So we're taking a break, and in 12 minutes we will be back. We will be waiting for you at the International Professional Discussion at 3:15. Thank you. Take Again, I welcome everyone in the studio of the International Expert Discussion. My name is Evgen Duhovich, and I'm the technical moderator for today's event, and I'm happy to welcome everyone who's back after the break and those who have just joined us. Be reminded that you are watching the International Expert Discussion. It's a conference which is called the Development of Communities, Trust, Institution and People. And in the previous discussion, in the previous workshop, our colleagues have been in talks about institutions and services provided to citizens, administrative services, public services, and what citizens expect from such service delivery, how they are in Ukraine, and what needs to be done for them to be in compliance with the reality and the expectations. And now it's going to be another most interesting workshop because we have a star cast of the participants. This workshop is called Finances and Responsibilities because, you know, if it's finances, it's about money because regional development takes a lot of money. And that's exactly what our participants are going to discuss now. Though I'm not going to unfold everything for you right now, I will just give this right to the moderator of this event, to Mr. Thomas Meyer, who is the head at JIZ program. Mr. Thomas is a moderator for today's panel. So the floor is yours, Mr. Thomas.
Ваш мікрофон, пане Томас.
Your microphone, Mr. Thomas, hasn't been unmuted.
See, the first mistakes in the first seconds is always good. I have 3 free, and then we will see. Now, thanks a lot in particular the organizers of that event. And one of the lessons learned of the corona and pandemic is that online conferences and online events are even more complicated, at least to organize, that they feel somehow live, and that we have an idea, an opportunity to discuss. I'm a bit excited, yeah, but maybe I have some fear because we have really a high-ranking panel here, speaking about what make all those what we discuss in the other sessions and pillars possible, and that's the money, as the moderator already said. And so we have 5 speakers today, and the first speaker will be somebody who is very widely known as a friend of Ukraine. I do not know if I see the picture now. Professor Georg Milbrat used to be Prime Minister of Saxony, but as I understand, it was his PhD that was already on public finance some times ago, and but he's not in that position here. He is not. He's the special counselor of the German government to the Ukrainian government with regard to decentralization. And from that, he started to do that from the scratch on. The second speaker will be Anthony Levitas. I was told he is one of the worldwide best experts on public finance in general. And Mr. Levitas is international consultant and senior fellow at the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs. And he did political and analytical advice to a row of countries in the Southeast and the East Europe, and will speak about personal income tax. The next one of our speakers is Vyacheslav Nechoda. And I learned, Mr. Nechoda, that you are the father of decentralization in the Ukraine. But you are not only the father of decentralization, you are also Deputy Minister of Communities and Territories for the Development of Ukraine. And when I saw your CV, that you are already involved in decentralization or in municipal issues since the 90s, please find me somebody who has more experience in that. Really, as I said, I'm a little bit afraid because of the level of the speakers. Next speaker will be Alexander Sloboshan. And Alexander Sloboshan used to be the executive director of the Association of Ukrainian Cities. So he is one of the clients of the one who implement decentralization in the Ukraine, and he will speak about the opportunities of also source of financing, and that source of financing is debt. There are debts, yeah, and what has to be considered in that respect. And our last speaker is Mrs. Irina Ozimok, and she is program manager with the Western Niche Enterprise Fund. I'm sure she will explain what it's about, because if I would start here, I would do something what I shouldn't do, to use your time, which is precious as finance maybe. And so I will go now for the sessions. But before, I want to make one technical remark. The remark is, please hold the timelines. So the speakers will have 10 minutes. We will go for a discussion later on for 5 minutes after each speaker, and then we will make a final round where each speaker has an opportunity also to make some final statements for that session. Yeah. Then we are through with the presentation of the participants. I hope you agree this is really a panel with high-level experts from the international side, from the Ukrainian side, and from the international finance side. So I would love to give the floor now to Professor Georg Milbrat, and he will speak about the optimal design of local finance.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Today I'm not talking about territorial reorganization of future legislation or constitutional amendment in Ukraine, but about money. Money is always important, and therefore I think it's very useful to talk about functioning democracy together with resources, financial resources on the local level, but not only about sufficient resources, that is evident, but about the structure of resources that should be in line with the principle of self-government and subsidiarity. To find the appropriate structure and sources, we must look to the expenditure and to the underlying local task. Next, please. Next slide, please. The main task of local self-governments is to provide public goods and services to local population. Redistribution and macroeconomic stabilization should be primarily executed on the central level. So you have to separate these two levels. And therefore, I think LSG, local self-governments, should be financed to protect and improve local economy. That means that the resources should be relatively independent of central decisions. They should be stable in the short run, and in the long run, growth rate should be the same as GDP. Sufficient it should be, and it should be all own fiscal resources. That means, in essence, own fees and taxes, with a high degree of autonomy concerning the fee or the tax rate. And the next thing we have to look at is that the structure of the local income sources should resemble the structure of local tasks and expenditure. Next slide, please. The most important principle concerning the allocation of financial resources is for local self-government, the benefit principle. As far as possible, the public goods and services provided by them should be financed by special charges, fees, and contribution. That is necessary because on the local level, you have some sort of exchange. The municipality provides services and you pay for it. Especially the users benefiting of local public activities should pay, or on the other side, originators generating costs for public for the public, especially concerning environment. And that is the fee definition. And if it's not possible to finance it by fees, it should be local taxes. It should be based on an extended or collective benefit principle. That is, it should compensate more general goods and services for local inhabitants, local producers, or not for the individual users. That's the difference. And therefore, we are talking about taxes, and the citizens and the municipalities are, in a way, provider and customer of local goods and services. Next slide. Next slide, please. The typical answer to this question, what taxes, is real estate taxes. This is a traditional and typical way to compensate municipal expenditures, which are costs for services for inhabitants and in some ways local private economic activities. You have it in Ukraine. I will not talk so much about it. The tax base could be determined by the central government, but the rates should be determined by the municipality. If people want better or more services, then they have to pay for it. There is no free lunch, and I think that must be respected. We have in some countries local excise taxes based on the benefit principle. I don't see this at the moment in Ukraine. We have local taxes on business. You have it, but to a small amount, the unified taxes. And in some countries, local taxes on extraction of natural resources. If it's necessary, you can improve your system by introducing or changing your tax system in this way. Next, please. Next slide, please. More important for Ukraine and for a lot of countries in the world is the local share of important national taxes, especially the personal income tax. If you give a personal income tax to the local level, you should ask yourself, for what reason do you give this share to the local level? And I think the main argument is that the resident population gets services from you, and therefore their share of the income tax should be go to the local level, and especially to the municipalities where the resident lives and where the social services and public goods are provided. Some activities of local self-governments are aiming at economic activities and businesses. If you have no business tax, I explained it before, or the business tax is not enough, then you could distribute the personal income tax share according to the place of production. In the case of resident population, you look at the resident. Here you look at the place of production, and you can allocate the taxes according to the system. Distribution, like in Ukraine, according to the place of registration, makes no sense. If you want to look for both cases, resident population and economic activities and businesses. And if you have no business tax, you can get a mixed system. Part of the income tax is distributed by domicile. The rest is distributed by a place of registration. The income tax has some disadvantages, but I will not go into details at the moment. Second idea could be the corporate income tax, but I think that is not reasonable because the corporate income tax is unfairly distributed among places, and in the end among local self-governments, if it would be an income means to financial to ensure financial or to transfer financial resources to the local level, and the fluctuation of the corporate income tax is very huge. So it's not the best solution to divide the corporate income tax between the central and the local level. In some cases, in some countries, the value-added tax is given partly to the local level, but this cannot be shared according to the local tax income because of the construction of this tax. So the only way to distribute them is according to some keys, indicators, for instance, numbers of employed persons or the wage sum in the local on the local level. But this sort of shared value-added tax is not much more than a grant. Next, please. Therefore, in the end, you have to think about a better distribution of the local income tax share, and especially concerning the intermunicipal distribution. I have not talked about grants, earmarked grants or unconditional grants. Of course, unconditional grants are necessary, unavoidable, but you should construct them in a way that public or the self-government and the public authority is not too much influenced by the central state. So that is my presentation. So in the end, I recommend to talk more about the distribution of your income tax share.
Thank you very much, Professor Milbrat, for that comprehensive tour through the opportunities of local finance. And I had a look here for, and by the way, this is also information for our audience. You can make questions, yeah, and I will get those questions and then I will raise it. So far, I do not get one, but I have my own one. And this is a question of delegated tasks. And may to some extent, the danger arises that the central state give more and more delegated tasks, but not more and more finance. Shouldn't be that connected, the delegated task with the finance for the local self-governance communities?
Yes, of course. If you have to distinguish, to separate the financing of your own local self-government, where you decide on the tasks and delegated tasks. Delegated tasks can be compensated by grants of the federal government, or that is the case in federal states or in unitary states by the central government. If you get if you get delegated tasks, that means that you are working for the central government, and the central government should compensate you. So that is the case for grants, and to respect some sort of autonomy, the grants should be given on by some indicators, not compensating of the exact costs of the community, because that is not very economically.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It means you have to find an adequate grant system, but I have not talked about the grant system. I've talked about the tax system, the local tax system.
Thanks a lot for your contribution. We will come back to you later, maybe with questions from the audience. But now we go for Anthony Levitas, and he will take one of the aspects of Professor Milbradt's presentation, the personal income tax, and will make a comparison of the Ukrainian practice and legislative framework with European countries and beyond. Mr. Levitas, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm having a little technical difficulty in that I'm hearing everything on a time lag, so I hope everybody can hear me clearly, and I may take out my earphone at a certain point because hearing myself once is bad enough, hearing myself twice at the same time is enough to drive me crazy. But please put up the slides. I'm going to be talking about the personal income tax share in Ukraine, and I'm going to make two fundamental points. The first point is simply, both of which say that the PIT is the fundamental financial foundation of local government finance in Ukraine, and for two specific legal reasons, at the moment that foundation is quite weak. Next slide, please. So personal income tax can be shared with local governments in two basic ways. The first is as a grant, and then what happens is the national government says 20–30% of the national yield of PIT is reserved for local governments and then is distributed back to them by formula, most oftenly on a per capita basis. This grant is usually freely disposable, but it can be earmarked. That's not the way PIT is shared with local governments in Ukraine. It is the foundation of the Czech financial system, for instance. Much more common, PIT is shared with local governments as a shared tax and is returned to local governments on the basis of its origin. And the key thing is, what is its origin? How do we define its origin? PIT sharing in this way is the largest source of local government revenue in much of Europe. The origin of the tax, as Professor Milbradt alluded to, is almost always defined as the local government in which taxpayers live. In almost all of Europe, PIT shares are defined as freely disposable revenue, meaning local governments receive the money, they can spend it any way they like. And typically such PIT sharing is accompanied by an equalization system that guarantees poorer jurisdictions some percentage of the average national per capita yield of PIT, 80–90% typically. Next slide. Hello, next slide. As in much of Europe, PIT shares constitute the largest single source of local government revenue in Ukraine. At the moment, it's 40% of SOS budgets, cities of oblast significance, and 30% of Gramada budgets in 2018 without social transfers, which means the money that goes through local government budgets for individuals, households, and utility payments. As in much of Europe, Ukraine has an equalization system that gives grants to local governments whose PIT shares are below the national per capita average. But Ukraine at the moment is the only country in Europe that defines the origin of PIT as the local government in which the employer is legally registered. And Ukraine is also exceptional in that the PIT is not clearly defined in the law as a freely disposable revenue. I'm going to talk about both of those last 2 points now. Next slide. Throughout Europe, the origin of PIT is defined as the local government in which a taxpayer resides and votes. The only current exception to this rule is Romania, where it is defined as the place of employment. That was once similar in Germany and briefly in Poland, but no longer. By defining the jurisdiction, the origin of PIT as the jurisdiction in which a taxpayer lives, what happens is we align political jurisdictions with fiscal jurisdiction. This ensures that citizens know that they're voting for local government officials who control their taxes, not somebody else's taxes. And it's critical for ensuring local government interest in the behavior of their elected officials and increasing local government accountability to those citizens. It also ensures that the pit shares flow to the local governments in which people actually live and which are necessary to fund the services they need. Next slide. Excuse me. In Ukraine, the origin of pit is defined as the local government in which a firm is legally registered, and not, as often people think, where people work. This breaks the link between tax paying and voting and undermines local government accountability. It also overfunds large cities where firms tend to be legally registered at the expense of the smaller local governments in which many of their employees live and or work. The classic example in Ukraine is the railroad system. All the pit revenues flow to Kiev. There are other companies, telecommunications companies, insurance companies, that are not registering their employees by where they work. Instead, all the money is going to the central jurisdiction in which the company is headquartered. What this does is weakens the efficiency of the equalization system. It overfunds the large cities, underfunds the jurisdictions in which people actually live or work, and requires, in turn, greater equalization grants to the poorer jurisdiction. Next slide. So what should be done? In the immediate, all firms should be legally required to register the pit shares of their employees with the tax administration in accordance with where those employees work. So we should move from registration based on the legal headquarters of firms to registration based on where employees work. This won't ensure that political and fiscal jurisdictions are perfectly aligned, but it will improve the situation. It will also reduce the overfunding of big cities and increase the efficiency of the equalization system. But over the next few years, Ukraine should move the origin of pit to a taxpayer's place of residence like the rest of Europe, or perhaps consider splitting the revenue between place of work and place of residence. But what really needs to happen quickly is ending place of registration by the legal headquarters of employers. Next slide. The other big problem legal problem concerning the pit share in Ukraine is that it is not clearly defined as a freely disposable revenue. Almost everywhere in Europe where pit is shared on an origin basis with local governments, it is defined as a freely disposable local government revenue. Sometimes it is defined as a local government-owned revenue, as is the case in Poland, for example. But this is technically a mistake because local governments are not politically responsible for setting the rate of the tax. As Professor Milbrat mentioned, you can allow local government to impose surcharges on the pit tax, in which case they do have some rate control. But at the moment, we're talking about a shared tax, which is not an own revenue, but needs to be defined as a freely disposable revenue. This is not the case in the Ukraine. Neither the budget code nor the new draft local government law define it as a disposable revenue. What they do say, however, is on the expenditure side, local governments are supposed to finance both their delegated and own functions with their pitch shares. Next slide, please. Both laws also say that with respect to delegated functions, local governments act on behalf of the state, and that the state can override their decisions if it feels that local governments are not fulfilling their responsibilities. So, with respect to Hromada, for instance, mayors are defined as the state executive authorities with respect to delegated functions. What this means is that if the state thinks that the local government is not spending enough money on its delegated functions, it has, in theory, the right to come in and say, spend some of your pitch share on these delegated functions. Both laws also define many, many functions as delegated functions, even though local governments don't get grants for them. The most important of these is preschool education. The local governments do not get a grant for preschool education, but it is considered a delegated function, and theoretically, the state could come in and say, you're not spending enough on preschool education, spend more and spend it out of your pitch shares. As a result, there is a real problem between local governments acting as agents of the national government, with the national government being able to direct them in their use of their largest single revenue, and local governments having the choice to spend freely disposable revenues as they see fit. Next slide, please. Whether the national government will actually come in and direct local governments to use the pitch shares on particular delegated functions is, of course, an open question. My guess is that this probably won't happen with large cities. I'm a little less sure about it with respect to Hromada. But the legal uncertainty surrounding what kind of revenue the pitch share is deeply problematic. Why? Well, first, without the pitch share, only 15 to 20% of local government revenue is freely disposable. This means that they have choice with only 20% of their revenues, and in theory, they are agents of the national government for 80% of everything else they do, for 80%, the other 80% of everything else they do. If the pitch share is not freely disposable, and the national government has the right to direct its use, then local governments have independent control over very little of their budgets. Again, less than 20%. This undermines local government planning and renders long-term investment extremely difficult. More importantly, in going forward with Swabojan's presentation next, if the pitch share is not clearly defined as a freely disposable revenue, anybody who wants to lend to local governments cannot be sure that local governments will have sufficient revenues to pay back their loans, because at any point, in theory again, the national government can come in and direct the payment of the use of the personal income tax for other purposes than the repayment of debt. Next.
Could you come to an end now? That was the end.
So what should be done? Well, the budget code and the law on self-government should be clearly define the pitch share as a freely disposable local government revenue. The framework legislation should reassign some of the functions that have been delegated to local governments as delegated functions, should be redefined as own functions. This is the most important one from a fiscal point of view is preschool education, which is a very significant piece of local government spending, and which, as we said before, is not supported, unlike the other education functions, by a earmarked grant. And finally, a category of shared functions should be introduced into both laws in recognition of the fact that many of the services that local governments provide are simultaneously both national and local. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry if the sound was off, but I couldn't hear myself twice.
No, the sound was not as awful. Your timing was near at the edge. Fortunately, we do not get questions in, and so I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, who may also react already on the recommendation and suggestions made by by the both experts before. So, Mr. Nehoda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet everyone, dear participants of the International Expert Discussion. Greetings to you all, and I would also like to welcome and greet our guests who have made wonderful presentations so far. Mr. Georg Milbrat, with whom we recently keep meeting more often at similar discussions, as well as Mr. Anthony Levitas for his rather professional presentation. And I would also like to underscore that the topic of this conference, which is dedicated to the development of communities at this point, is extremely important. It's essential for Ukraine as well as relevant. You know that we have had local elections on the basis of the new territorial setup, and this time it's absolutely different from what we had at the beginning of the year 2014 when the decentralization reform was just rolled out. I would also like to see the slides presented on the screen for me to provide my comments. I would also like to stress, although today we will be speaking more about finance, money, going to local communities, but this money is necessary, first of all, for the development of these communities. Just as we said at the time when decentralization was being unfolded, this money has to be effectively used only in the capable communities. The resources, of course, that we are talking about today and responsibility for their own hromadas has to be taken on by all of these communities. So let me remind you about the prerequisites which have changed the system of authority at local level, which have changed the mandates, and thus resources were changed and modified because just a few months ago the situation was slightly different in places. So if you look at this informational sheet, you will see that we already have the foundation for newly created territorial hromadas, and of course at sub-regional level, which enables us to complete the decentralization reform effectively and to provide also for the effective organization of the local state administrations, local state administrations. We also have to stress that from the time of Ukrainian independence, territorial division in Ukraine hasn't changed until now. Out of more than 11,000 territorial communities, now we have 1,469 communities. So we have reduced the number of those communities by more than 7 times. And now we have 136 rayons. These are the figures that may be a bit surprising. And with this new territorial division, we can already ensure that subsidiarity principle is anchored, and the prevalent majority of powers and the majority of resources can be provided to the local level in order to resolve all of the local matters. The principle that was previously impossible when the old system was in place, and another important result of the reform was the financial basis of new hromadas, which is now secured for them, so that hromadas can exercise all of their newly assigned functions and powers. All of 1,469 hromadas in the city of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, received the possibility to have direct interbudgetary relations with the state budget. So now they are not in the subordination of local regional administrations. This will come into effect, though, on the 1st of January, the year 2021. The next slide tells us about the state support of hromadas and territorial communities in order to incentivize and hold the decentralization reform itself. That was a very important point in history for us when we wanted local communities to amalgamate out of their own will, voluntarily. Decentralization, which was initiated under the slogan of voluntary amalgamation, became an additional motivation for the territorial communities to continue enlarging and amalgamating. So how finance impacted on that was the subventions paid for territorial communities and channeled in order to support the local infrastructure in the village communities. Talking about the state support allocated to amalgamated communities in line with the budget that we are hoping to receive for the year 2021, given the problems that we have not only in Ukraine but worldwide. We are faced with the problem of shaping local budgets for the next year. And we see that some challenges are already in place. But I hope that with joint efforts, we will carry out the tasks that territorial communities are faced with, because they are the ones to face these challenges, especially with regard to pandemic at the moment. I'm not going to talk about all of the amounts of money envisaged to support local developments by the State Fund of Regional Development, the money envisaged for the elaboration of Hromada spatial development plans, also subventions for the development of administrative service centers. It's a very important resource because out of these newly created 1,469 Hromadas, more than 700 Hromadas still do not have their own administrative centers for service provision. And in line with the newly approved law, all of the newly created Hromadas have to have such centers of service provision. We also have money allocated towards the development of an improvement of sports infrastructure. In particular, school spaces. Subvention for social and economic development is really arguable. Perhaps my colleague Alexander Slobozhan will elaborate and expand on that more in terms of resource allocation, but there are different attitudes with regard to that. Another amount of money budgeted is the internet improvement in rural areas. Once again, establishment of cultural centers. Something else that we are concerned with in Ukraine is the road construction, reconstruction, repair, and maintenance of road infrastructure. So the local and regional authorities have to find the balance of interests in order to develop road infrastructure to make sure that the access to the services is provided at a higher and better level. Now let's talk about a few key current tasks that the newly created Hromadas are faced with after the local elections in the context of local finances. It's necessary to underscore that about half of the newly established Hromadas or municipalities do not have the experience of work with the new budget resources and powers, and they nearly have to start this work from scratch. They don't have previous experience, and they now shift into the new conditions of work. And what's happening at this stage after the elections is the formation of executive bodies, therefore involvement of skilled personnel to work in these new bodies or councils. This task may seem to be simple, but on the other hand, it's really complicated because, once again, the majority of the newly created hromadas are in the rural areas, and there we definitely lack qualified staff. Recruitment of qualified staff is a big and painful issue for us. Next problem is finalizing demarcation and transfer of facilities operated by local councils and state administrations to the ownership of hromadas, because a lot of them still belong to the state budget, and the transition or the transfer of these facilities will definitely affect the local budgets. Next, it's the performance of the audit of budget expenditures. The hromadas or municipalities have to also run the inventory checks of hromada property, as well as the resources, to look for opportunities of revenue increase. And lastly, the result of all of these efforts will be drafting budgets for the year 2021 and adopting these budgets. Hopefully, they will be adopted in time. And we hope that you lead with Europe, because of their qualified regional experts, will definitely provide consultations to the local newly created hromadas, because associations of cities and towns of Ukraine are already doing that. Next steps in decentralization reform. We have to understand what's going to happen next in Ukraine, because the question of money is directly connected with functions, authorities, the mandates, which now have been reassigned to newly created hromadas. And as Mr. Milbrad said at the very beginning, he's very well aware of that in Ukraine, in order to complete decentralization reform, we need to introduce changes to the Ukrainian constitution and to bring it in compliance with the European Charter. And for that, we also have to introduce legislative improvements that is to do with the distribution of powers between executive bodies and local self-government in line with the new territorial setup. They need to understand clearly which powers right now belong to them, because once again, resources that the state will have to guarantee to them, and the local authorities will have to ensure that local taxation, local levies and collections in terms of money will run exactly according to the newly created territorial setup. For us, it's very important that the rules of game don't change. And this will be in place when the full package of financial documents has been approved. And another task we are faced with is the improvement of the system of horizontal fiscal equalization to reduce inequality in financial support of hromadas. Given the new system of hromadas or municipalities, we are still going to face difficulties in 2021. But based on that, we still have to develop a more steadfast and therefore fairer system. We are talking about shaping and forming budgets, taxation, collecting levies and duties, so that local communities, hromadas, become self-sufficient. And once again, there is this fiscal equalization, which is done in a fair way. And on the other hand, it's important not to lose different stimulus for various local budgets, because different hromadas are at different levels of development. And of course, improvement in allocation of the personal income tax to the local budget, taking into account place of employment and residence of taxpayers, as Anthony Levitas has just been talking about it. We are working on it, and we hope for the support in the Parliament of Ukraine, as well as the support of our partners. It's a political, rather more political issue, because From the technical standpoint, it's feasible, but on the other hand, we need to understand that the change of the system that we have in place right now in the nearest prospect may result in imbalances for the shaping of local budgets. Therefore, such decisions have to be taken in advance for the local level to be prepared in advance. But this is a very painful issue because a lot of local communities are suffering because taxes are paid unequally, and some are winning, others are losing because the taxes are paid given the place of employment and residence of their taxpayers. So at this point, I would like to bring my presentation to a close and say that, of course, there should be questions at the end, and of course, we will have more opportunities to discuss them in detail, to speak about the financial issues in order to support the implementation of the reform, because we know that if we have the due ample resources, if we have certain opportunities delegated to authorities as their authorities, delegated to local communities as their authorities, this will definitely be decisive factors in ensuring their stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nachauda. You use a little bit too much time, so we do not have time for questions. But there is a question. Nevertheless, the question goes more in the direction of Mr. Levitas. We will do that at the end round. That we use our time now for the sequence of speakers, and I have the pleasure to give the floor to Alexander Slobosha.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will concentrate my attention in my presentation on problems and prospects of the market of local borrowings. The previous presenters have already spoken at length and in detail about the system which is evident in Ukraine and provided their recommendations that can be applicable for Ukraine now. However, I am still basing my opinion on the principle that money is never sufficient, it's never enough. And municipalities can argue that both in Ukraine and in Germany, as well as in any other countries in the European Union. The first slide, please. What is the point? This year, Ukraine and local self-governments are faced with huge problems pertinent to the fact that de facto there has been extra burdening of local levels with new powers and authorities, and at the same time some financial resources have been taken away from them. Let me give you a few examples. For instance, when we talk about paying for the land, some of the entities of commercial activities have been deprived of that, especially during the time of pandemic. This is damaging them. For this year and next year, small businesses have been exempt from paying single tax. There has been an intrusion into the rent of communal utility properties. And there are a lot of other things of similar type where, in terms of budgeting for the state functions, central authorities begin to deprive local authorities of resources. And some have seen huge problems in that, and then they begin to shout outcry. But we decided to take a look at that from another perspective. And we saw, we don't know if the local fuel excise duty will remain with the local level, if the state railway will have to pay some of the taxes for the usage of land to local hromadas. Different resources have to be sourced, and we have analyzed to see how local towns and cities exercise their borrowings. The so-called long and short, cheap borrowings, the portfolios brought to us by external and internal creditors. I would like you to focus your attention on this slide because the year 2021 for local budgets is going to be very difficult. And local borrowings mechanism will have to be honed, improved, and they will have to work more with internal, national creditors. You can see that in Ukraine alone, the number of borrowings over this year is at the level of 23, including 22 city council borrowings. And the total borrowings amounted to 5.8 billion Ukrainian hryvnias, including city council borrowings. And the majority of them were state banks, 3 public banks, 1 commercial bank, 1 international financial institution. They are the creditors. Let us see another slide. It demonstrates the share of these borrowings, and you will see that the most active in this respect are large cities. We see Dnipro, Kharkiv, Lviv, Zaporizhzhia. 88% of the overall scope of borrowings, of the total borrowings, falls to 4 million strong cities. And interestingly, this year, these million-strong cities were joined by regional players such as Mykolaiv, Ivano-Frankivsk, and my town of origin, Izmail, also Kamenetsky, Izmail, Melitopol. These are some small towns that have already mastered these mechanisms, and they have been able to borrow extra budgeting in these crisis conditions in order to finance their infrastructure. And most importantly, these are borrowings to implement the projects of the so-called expanded recovery. That means that all of this money will definitely have to be recouped. But in the future, it will result in extra resources for the borrowers. On the next slide, you may see the distribution between the groups of creditors. We can see in terms of the terms of approval of such borrowings. It took sometimes very lengthy periods to approve such borrowings. Not all towns or cities were able to obtain these borrowings, but at the same time, you see that some of the borrowings are more attractive. And if you look at interest rates, internal borrowings were delivered at 12% interest rate, and external borrowings were provided at a 3% interest rate. But the major problems that we were able to single out and identify, you may see that only 1% of the newly established municipalities within this year have taken advantage of this instrument, which is so widely exploited all over the world and in Europe in particular. So the first problem is the problem of mistrust, lack of trust. Local budgets trust deposits more rather than the instruments of local borrowings or bonds. Another point is these are organizational capabilities. We have calculated that a small number of municipalities of that 1% have specially trained staff to run borrowings. And running local borrowings, it's an essence of how municipality will be able to exercise and practice some of the instruments of midterm financial planning. So the horizon of planning for the local self-government for us, in our case in Ukraine, is just 1 year, that's all. Next, municipalities do not provide any financial planning. This is to do with the lack of trust in central executive authorities because they keep changing various financial and taxation legislation. It's also to do with the lack of trained staff. And this also is to do with some of the projects being very long-lasting, a lack of strategy, strategic documents are not there. With ULEAD, we have been working very effectively to develop a strategy for municipalities, which were just willing to become more capable as communities on the basis of the towns of regional significance or with small populations. That is to say, we need to create capable personnel for institutions at the level of local governments in order to plan effectively and run and control local borrowings and debts. Next, it's the procedures of bureaucratic character. The midterm of agreeing or approving a borrowing was about 50 days, although the Ministry of Finance can sometimes consider such borrowings between 50 to 120 days. So we have the Institute of Silent Agreement. We have already copied it from de facto from some European countries, but in fact, it's not operational. These are some political factors, especially when we have to approve such borrowings, especially on the eve of local elections. Many of such borrowings were blocked, put on hold for whatever political reasons, and we would like to offer the changes and introduce electronic registers for such borrowings and make sure that every international financial institution can see the capabilities and capacities of every community and see indicators of their economic development, how insolvent is each of, or solvent, how solvent is each of the local communities with a horizon of planning from 3 to 5 years. This is really extremely necessary for the implementation of large-scale projects and to make sure that our local communities are capable. And this will be the answer to the question whether our communities will become capable. In 5 years, we will be able to see how municipalities will have functioned, because now we are used to the fact that in order to get a fish, they bring it to you, but you do not learn how to use a fishing rod or fishing line. And they need to be demonstrated how to work with the instruments of local borrowings. They need to be relegated to a league of large cities. The cities with the populations of million strong, like the associations of cities. In associations of cities, we quite often use different brainstorms, and we have chambers of large cities, middle-sized cities, and small rural communities. And in each of these chambers, people come, the representatives come, and they exchange and swap their experiences, and they draw on local experiences. Next, it's the opportunity to involve the so-called internal creditors, investors, in the person of individuals, physical individuals, and opening the market for that for municipalities, reducing the cost. All of these operational things. The Ministry of Finance usually charges 2%, imagine 2% of the scope or the total amount of borrowings. But de facto, they do not exercise any support activity. This can also be outsourced. All local authorities should look for the opportunities to find the financial support, and somehow other organizations could contribute their revenue to the local budget for providing such services. So electronic registers is something that's definitely needed. It's a reduction in terms of approving borrowings and the replacement of many potentially corrupt procedures of approving such borrowings, reducing the number of contacts with different officials. It's the revision of interest rates. It's reconsideration of the margin charged by the Ministry of Finance that only earns and benefits. So what can municipalities do? Municipalities, first of all, have to introduce structures at their own levels and prepare local experts to be able to work with such financial toolkits, develop strategies, and begin to introduce midterm financial planning as part of these strategies in order to attract new resources, conduct training sessions for all of their personnel. And now we are at the point of introducing such training sessions for all of the deputies in the local. Now, every territorial community can exercise such borrowings. And the next stage that we envisage, with the help of our international partners, is introducing such businesses to Ukraine that will be ready to provide such borrowing mechanisms to local Ukrainian municipalities. That's all from me, and I'm ready to take your questions. Thank you.
Yes, you're ready to take the questions, but you use already the time for all the questions. We will do that at the end round when we have some time for questions, which I already take there. But I want to give the floor last but not least to our colleague from the Western Niche Enterprise Fund. If I'm right, Mrs. Osimok, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm very happy to be in this highly esteemed company. And I'm very happy that a lot of the issues that I have in my presentation echo with what has already been presented. Our audiences of listeners will be exposed to a great picture of finances and the responsibility at the local level. So my presentation, if I may. I would like to speak about how much an efficient and effective city costs today. Today we have heard about numerous sources of financing, but as it was pointed out by the majority of speakers, it's never enough for local budgets. And for us to understand why it's always insufficient, first we have to check two more aspects. In addition to money, which is always insufficient, we need to see if money is used efficiently and effectively, and if the priorities are correct, because the litmus paper test in Ukraine is the achievements at the local level, that is to say the roads, but we also have to finalize and implement different projects that will stimulate local economic development, and the local budgets because of that will be filled, and then the local budgets will be able to invest in other important projects effectively. An interesting example and challenge in this respect was the pandemic that hit us this year, because all of the towns and cities were confronted with the lack of budgeting resources, especially with regard to tackling the effects of the pandemic. But my experience of interaction with the Ukrainian mayors testify to the fact that there is a nice example of the town of Voznesensk in the east of Ukraine. It did not require any additional budgeting. It did not need to seek any other sources to fight the pandemic, because throughout many years they have been investing consistently into this sector of healthcare. So we must remember that the money at the local levels may be midterm, and there are long-term resources. And negotiations about such sources can last for years, for which, together with Alexander Slobozhan, we have met at different events recently and talked about it together. So strategy and the vision are the things very important in this respect. We have spoken about the sources of financing, which are essential, but there are also alternative sources of financing to change the city. It's the Church for Investments. We'll talk about it in greater detail. Involving credit funds. Alexander has spoken about that, international banking institutions, and co-financing with businesses, including private-public partnerships. And it's time in Ukraine to launch this mechanism, as well as grants. Grants as an element of at least a start to incentivize some of the project's implementation. So what do we need to do to attract investments? Quite often we hear this question as a foundation, because we used to be an investment foundation, and now we support more of social projects. But we are mindful of the fact that Ukraine is a country which over the last years has been speaking a lot about investments. Every time the president changes or the mayor changes, we always look for investments. So what does it actually need? It's necessary for us to make sure that you have a reliable partner at the local level, and the local authorities have to be open to investments. Everybody has to ensure transparent rules of game at the level of state and the city. Therefore, the responsibility of local self-government needs to be shared with the responsibility at the central executive level in order to ensure the investments, because a lot of such decisions are taken at the central level. And I will immediately jump to the last point, which is courts. A lot of investors say that they want to feel that their interests in Ukraine are protected, that they are on an equal with domestic players, and here a lot of necessary reforms that are moving very weakly and slowly have to be expedited. Now I would like to speak about one case. You know that quite recently the head company, the producer of mountain equipment, they entered Ukraine, and Vinnytsia won competitive competition with some of the other cities in Ukraine. But something that the investor was faced with was that when all of the terms and conditions were agreed, and when they began to talk about communications, the payment for electricity bills was so expensive that the investor was greatly surprised by that, was shocked by that, I would say, an unexpected surprise. So when we speak about a competent team, we speak about a team of people who will be able to provide all of the necessary insights to the potential investor, talking about the details and things to do with the communication so that it doesn't go into a frustration or huge losses for the investor, and therefore prevent this investment from coming to Ukraine. Competitive advantages. Cities and towns compete in Ukraine, and they compete with foreign towns and cities. So if we were able to attract this Czech manufacturer to come to Ukraine, other towns can do the same. But it's important to remember that in the world, we are also competing for talents. Manufacturers, plants, and manufacturing facilities, they always go where they want to find human capital. Human capital and human resources, it's the resources that will be able to move these projects on. And the mayor of Khmelnytsky knows now that it's much easier for people to go out of his city rather than look for jobs with the small salary. And it's a big, big challenge for many small towns, because when we talk about investments, we need to have a strategy or the vision of the development of a town or the whole region for the nearest future in order to create educational or training centers, professional, technical educational centers, to make sure that we have truly competent personnel that will generate, let's say, financial resources for the local communities, inclusive. Another important thing is the business climate. And here I would like to give an American example. Big, huge, giant companies now are vying for some of the HQs, not in the central cities like San Francisco or New York. But when Amazon was looking for such a place, they selected a small town just because the region itself ranked first according to conducting business in that country. And it's really essential and critical to remember from informational sources. We need to make sure that the situation is objective, because a lot of reporters report and cover the situation in one way, but on the governmental portals, they report the improvement, while the media, they report about deterioration. So the news coverage has also to be objective. Another important point, the ambassadors of Ukrainian communities, when looking for and attracting new investors, have to be existent investors. So when a town or a city promises that we will provide for all of the necessary terms and conditions, but the existent investor says, no, it's hard for me because there are a lot of challenges I'm faced with. There are no guarantees in place. Then basically, it works against the local communities and does not raise their attractiveness. And that's a real bottleneck. So existing investors, internal investors that Alexander spoke about, must become potential ambassadors for local communities. I'm talking here about regions, towns, cities, rural communities, because the regional policy plays an important role now. We understand that you cannot overcome obstacles without those that will help you. A manufacturing facility can be built sometimes in the territory of two amalgamated communities, and these amalgamated communities definitely have to collaborate. There is another interesting producer, Sherp. They manufacture interesting, innovative machinery that allow us to fight the consequences of natural disasters, and their management, its management, was looking for another place to create a production facility, and they hoped that Ukrainian towns and cities would provide them with a profitable, lucrative offers. Unfortunately, no such offers ensued. So if there are some interesting, innovative projects that come to Ukraine, we definitely need to make sure that they stay here in Ukraine. Alexander has already alluded to credit lines available in Ukraine. And at this point, I would like to say that smaller scale projects that they may enjoy one type of financial resources. Other larger scale projects like transportation, renovation, when we talk about water supply, renovation, all of these are long-term and very expensive projects, and it's unrealistic to find and source finances for such projects. But for illustrations, I would like here to give the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development the option created for them. They already created their own program to the amount of 567 million euros for Green City 2 program. And Alexander also spoke about that small towns are already becoming active players, Melnitsky, Kryvyi Rih. But here, when we speak about the responsibility at the local level, it's important to communicate about that with local communities, because the dwellers of such communities are afraid of such huge amounts. 13 million euros, like in Mariupol, that were able to obtain this line of credit for their transportation, and Mykolaiv was able to find 5 million euros in order to renovate their water supply system. And the case about Warsaw, about 87 million euros for the renovation of public transport services, about underground line in particular. This information was sent to me by someone from the World Bank, and they said to me, why don't Ukrainian cities join this program? We understand that this is an expensive opportunity and it's a long-term opportunity, and such project is not going to be finalized within the term of one mayor. But a local community has to be aware of such opportunities, and therefore I think then local administrations will not be afraid of taking such sometimes maybe not very popular decisions. We talk about smaller scale projects, but still no less important. We fail to remember sometimes businesses. But businesses is not only taxpayer, there are also they capacitate us to pull off the various projects. I have only taken very few examples. Business and city planning, for instance. There are a lot of works that are necessary on ongoing basis. A lot of maintenance work has to be done. But still, if special agreements are in place, perhaps with time, less expenditure will go into maintenance and repair. So this is up to collaboration between local authorities and businesses, because sometimes there are strategic facilities like parks, which are the calling cards and litmus paper tests for a lot of towns and local communities to see whether the qualitative changes have taken place. The pandemic has also demonstrated that Ukrainian businesses in various towns and cities join their efforts in order to help to furnish and equip various clinics and hospitals. At the same time, they awaited support from the central executive authorities. But small and medium-sized enterprises, especially, they were hopeful of receiving financial support from the authorities so that they could continue surviving and generating the necessary taxes for their local towns and cities. Business and social issues. I am addressing you today from the west of Ukraine, from Lviv. Yes, I understand that's just 1 minute and I will be done. Social enterprises can also resolve the issues that towns and cities have to deal with, and we also have a social bakery in Lviv that makes various pastry, but at the same time they have set up a center of rehabilitation of women after various life circumstances, and local authorities work with that. They provided their budgeting, and social issues are being resolved, and therefore social services are being supported. And the projects of developmental character are also very important, that we know that in a lot of Ukrainian towns and cities we have the so-called participatory budgets, where towns and cities know which areas they can involve businesses for co-budgeting such projects. There are also grants available, and I'm sure that towns and cities already know about a lot of international organizations that work with grants, issue grants. But as Alexander also pointed out, we need to prepare professionals, not only on domestic borrowings, as Alexander mentioned that, but also generally what is grants, what is investment. Cities and towns have to present themselves in a very competitive way to potential investors. Thank you, and sorry for taking more time.
Thank you, Mrs. Osimak. You did the same like the most others did. Obviously, I experienced now that the Ukrainian participants have so much to say that they need also more time to say. That's not an issue, and I think that's highly welcomed. We already have one question which goes in the direction to our first two speakers and maybe the third speaker. So Mr. Levitas, Mr. Milbrad, and Mr. Nechoda. And that's, the question is made with regard to the personal income tax, and the question if the place of the employees, not the employers, but the employees' registration should be deciding, or the place of work, and which system would fit better for Ukraine. So if you can give me a sign. So Mr. Levitas gave me the sign and could make some remark, as well as Mr. Milbrad afterwards. And then we will check if Mr. Nechoda will join as well. Mr. Levitas.
So the first thing to say is that there's only one country in Europe that I know of that does it by place of employment, and that's Romania. So the general consensus is that it should be by place of residence. That said, we have a problem in Ukraine with the propiska and people not being registered where they actually live, which creates additional problems for doing it by place of residence. And it's possible to have a system that is split between place of residence and place of work. The problem is, and this refers back to Minister Nechoda's comment, we don't know now how much PIT is actually being returned to where people work and how much PIT is being returned to companies who have offices where people are not working, but their employees are spread out across the country. So as I said, the first thing to do would be to figure out where PIT is by place of employment, and to legally require firms to register and allocate taxes back to the tax offices in the jurisdictions in which their employees work. The next thing to do would be to think about having local governments. I mean, there's an opportunity in the crisis, which is to say that if the rule was that PIT is allocated to local governments on the basis of where employees live, where people live, then local governments will very quickly go out and try and make sure that all their residents are registered correctly. This is what happened in Poland and in a number of other places, and it's actually a big stimulus for good local governance because the mayors actually go out and they say to people, look, we need you to register because we want to be sure we get your taxes so that we can improve your roads and your school. So the act of dealing with the problem of the propiska could be a huge opportunity to increase the alignment of political and fiscal jurisdictions and the identification of local residents with their local government. But as I said, the first thing is by place of employment. The next thing would be to think about moving to place of residence.
Thanks so much, Mr. Levitas. Professor Bilbrat, you want to add something?
Yes. If you want to have a personal income tax which goes to the which is distributed to the community where people live, then you need registration, that is as said, and you first of all the buyers must then be able to have legal means to re-register the persons who live in their community. Then it will work. Second element or second argument is in the Ukrainian setup, there is no compensation for businesses, and therefore I would suggest to think about a split system, because the community must be compensated for costs and efforts they do for local business. Otherwise, only those municipalities have advantages where people live, not the municipalities where people work. And we are interested in both things. So either you have to find a way to compensate the cost for businesses by other ways, then you can have a PIT only based on the basis of where people live. Otherwise, you should look at a more complicated and mixed system. The current system, registration, is totally nonsense.
Thank you so much, Professor Milbrat. We do not have any registered questions from the audience. So I would like to ask you to give us a 1 or 2 sentence statement, what you take away from this session. Yeah, and I will start because I saw a little bit this common sense on the issues in the Ukraine and also on the general structure of the finance in the between all of the members. And I think one thing what was clarified a lot by Mrs. Osimak is also it depends on the balance. Yeah? You need also central services combined with local services, which goes together to enable the business to create wealth in the regions. If I would go now through the sequence of speakers, I go by the sequence of speakers here on my screen. Mr. Nehoda, what is your takeaway from this session? Could you make that in 2 sentences?
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to make the following conclusion, that in Ukraine, we are in a very favorable situation in order to continue improving the system of local finances. because under this old system it was impossible. Things that are to do with PIT and other things can only be implemented starting with the year 2021 or even 2022. I think these are very solid propositions that we will definitely get on board, and I'm really appreciative of this discussion for this professional discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nehoda. Mr. Slobohan, can I ask you for that 2 sentences? What's your takeaway from this session?
Most importantly, it is trust, dialogue. If the rules of game keeps changing for the local self-government, then no gains of any reform will be operational or functional in favor of the local communities. And another emphasis I would like to place is that the local communities have to be aware of the fact that they enter the age of global competition, and the state will not give them any finance. So they have to base their activities on the resources, financial terms, and any other infrastructural resources available with them, and they shouldn't be afraid to go and compete with others.
Thank you so much. So I would like to give the floor for Mrs. Ozimok. What is your takeaway from this session?
When we talk about Ukraine, everyone usually says it's strange that the country is so rich, and strangely we always run out of money for various project implementation. As we have seen it today, there are different sources of financing and implementation, different urban projects and rural projects. We have to be able to prioritize in a correct, proper way, especially in the eyes of external and internal investors, international financial institutions. We have to present ourselves as a reliable partner that those institutions will be ready to give these borrowings to with a lot of trust.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Levitas, 2 sentences. What is your takeaway?
Yeah, I guess I'll pick up on Swobodan's comments and say that I agree that it is important, critically important to stabilize the rules of the game. And I also think that this is the moment where key pieces of the rules of the game need to be clarified and put into law in ways that are clear and transparent. And the origin of PIT and the nature of PIT as a local government revenue, I see as 2 of the most fundamental rules of the game that are still in flux and potentially will cause problems down the line with borrowing, with local government autonomy, and with the stability of the division of finances and competencies. So that's where I chose to put my evidence, my emphasis, and I really am grateful to this panel because I think these issues have been raised in a clear way. Thank you.
So we close the circle now by a short statement of Professor Milbrat on his takeaways from today's session.
Uncertainty is an enemy of long-term decisions and an enemy of investment. Therefore, Romadas need stability. And if the central state is responsible for macroeconomic stability, he has the duty to stabilize the financial endowment of municipalities. I think that's the best way for economic development, especially in the case of the crisis of the pandemic. The state should shelter the Romadas concerning external influences like the pandemic and not the other way around.
Thank you so much, Professor Milbrat, and I would like to give my thanks to all of the panelists. And usually in a real conference now, the applause would start by the audience. You have to think about that for yourself, because I know even TV shows where you always have some single spots of applauding people in that. It was a pleasure to moderate you. Yeah, okay, we applaud ourselves. That's the right thing. And it was a pleasure to moderate you. And you know, I'm still afraid somehow. Maybe it was not because of the session. Okay, I will look for the next meeting what I do have now. Thanks a lot. See you soon, and stay with ULEAD and stay healthy and keep distance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer. This has been a really outstanding, most professional discussion, which is now possible for us during this pandemic, when all of us are separated and stay within the borders of our own countries. And I would also like to thank those our speakers that joined us from other countries, and of course the representatives of Ukraine. So, dear colleagues, we have really come to the end of our agenda for today. Still, one interesting non-standard session as a surprise remains for us. It will be slightly different from what you have been listening to today, because we've spoken about institutions, finances, services, even about trust. But within just 10 minutes, the break will take only 10 minutes. We'll be speaking about the future and about what this future should be in the context of regional development. So stay with us. International expert discussion with ULEAD with Europe. Good evening. We're back to the studio of the International Expert Discussion. And this is nearly the end of today's conference. However, we still have one surprise in store. Let me remind you that we are talking today about the development of communities, trust, institutions, finance, and people. And we have heard today from a lot of people from Europe, even from the United States. We've spoken about a lot: trust, institutions, finances, but we haven't spoken about people yet. And last but not least, we decided to create this non-standard block. We are going to be visited by an expert from Serbia who is in a certain way a visionary, someone who professionally deals with development, studying, learning about transformational projects. He's a university lecturer and also a creative strategist, but more will be told about him by our moderator, Mr. Helge Arendts. He is team leader, You Lead with Europe, and he is privileged to moderate the presentation of our Serbian experts. So, Mr. Helge, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Yevgen. It is a privilege indeed. And thanks a lot for joining again to this session I've been waiting for to moderate all day long, I have to say, because this is about thinking things a little different. With this keynote, Futures a Story, Narratives for Radical Social Transitions, we want to leave a bit the very important areas of institutions and finances at the municipal level. But as Yevgen already said, we want to approach the individual level and ask ourselves, what are the competences or literacies needed that we need in order to manage a complex digital and uncertain world? So the input we will hear today from Lazar Jamic goes to the heart of democracy and our ability to fulfill our democratic duties and in particular self-agency and voice. And for this we need to develop, as we will hear, literacies. So this input is about changing perspective. And I'm very happy that we have the right person who can facilitate this change of perspective, as I personally also experienced in the prep meetings we had, where we swapped immediately from logistical question to the most fundamental questions society is facing at the moment. So Lazar Jamic is a lecturer in digital marketing. He is at the Faculty for Media and Communications in Belgrade, at Business School Lausanne, and the Economic Faculty in Ljubljana. He's a former head of brand planning in Google's creative think tank, Zoo in London, where he created the strategy team and introduced to the industry two of the world's first creative data scientists. His latest book, The Definitive Guide to Strategic Content Marketing, was published in 2018. But before I pass the floor to you, Lazar, I will just remind all of you that you can ask questions in the chat, in the YouTube channels and in the Facebook, on our Facebook, and I'm happy then to ask these questions to Lazar. And also we have prepared a little poll to get your opinion on where do you think the literacies we will learn about, what kind of literacies you consider most important. So we will have the QR code right now. You can scan it and access the poll. We will also share the link to the poll and the code in the chats on YouTube and Facebook. So thanks a lot. I'm happy that you joined this discussion. And Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Helge. And it's a real privilege to be here with you today. And thank you very much for a very kind introduction. I know that you've been talking a lot about different aspects of the reform, including amalgamated hromadas and logistics and various other practical things. But I also believe, and not just because I was exposed as one of the consultants on the previous kind of GIZ activities in Ukraine on exactly those particular practical things, that the reform is also an opportunity to look up from only administrative reforms. It's an opportunity to look at the wider transition patterns and wider transition narratives, because in many ways, reform is nothing else, just building a better society. And the question is, of course, what a better society today could actually mean. So in some ways, in many ways, I think fundamental ways, the reform also is and should be about reforming the ways of thinking, the ways how our education system works, and in what ways different levels of the governance can collaborate with the civic sector and with several other societal actors who can actually help with this kind of new ways of thinking and organizing the society. And if that's okay, we can move to the next slide, which for some particular reason, I'm actually trying to see, I don't see the slides on the screen. I'm just seeing myself twice, which is nice to have yourself in stereo. But still, if you can see the slide with the brain, I'm just going to guess it now, what you've seen on the screen. If you see the slide with the brain, it's actually the narratives, the one before the one, please, before that one. It's that when we're talking about the new narratives, we are talking about the new kinds of literacies, as you said, Helge. And I like to think about the new societal narratives in the form of literacies, being literate in new ways of thinking, or the old ways but taught in new ways. And when I say literacies, what do I mean by that? I think that we have to become literate in specific ways to be able to build a newer and better society. And the standard broad education, I believe, is not enough anymore for the modern society and the modern world, because we are living in a really interesting to be start learning properly, and particularly start learning from a very, very early age. So the role of the educational system is absolutely huge here, but also how the society talks to the other stakeholders in that society. One of the key literacies, and for each of the literacies, I think we are largely illiterate at the moment, which means that most of us on a global level are not actually trained, actively trained, to be literate in these forms of thinking, is the archetypal narrative literacy. The modern world is steeped into big stories, into big archetypal stories. And of course, they could be used for very good things in order to, for example, tell a better story about the reform and all the benefits of the reform. It's not just about data and the facts, it's about very often how the facts and the data is being told and very often dramatized so that people can understand the benefits of all of that. But also the archetypal narrative stories can be used against us. And we can see that in modern media, we can see that in a lot of the commercial sphere. The effect and the phenomenon of the fake news, which is so prevalent today, is actually nothing else than activating archetypal narratives in order to influence our feelings first and foremost, and then through that to influence our thinking. So whenever we have the situation us versus them, whenever somebody is trying to pit us, whoever we are, against them, whoever they are, usually they use the archetypal narrative structure. And for me, the bizarre thing is that we are not taught that in our schools and from the very early age, how to recognize those things and how to defend ourselves from those kinds of narratives, which are actually very deep and very often evolutionary based as well. And also we've got a big commercial aspect of that, which is the whole consumption versus sustainability story. And again, the whole of the marketing industry, my former profession, in many ways, still kind of in touch with that, but I actively abandoned it after I sort of realized certain things, is that archetypal narratives are constantly pushing us to buy more and to want more. And as you know, the sustainability of the world really suffers. We are literally taking the world to hell in a shopping basket. Again, the whole mythology of the modern commercial sphere and the marketing is based on archetypal narratives. So understanding them, for me, is one of the key starting places for being functional and literate in the modern world. If you can move to the next one, please. The archetypal narratives very often are designed to trigger our impulses. And again, this is another thing we don't learn in school, how to be impulse literate, which means that most of the modern narrative sphere, and again, you've got the commercial and you've got the political side of it, is based on the social sciences that are essentially weaponized against us. There's a huge, vast industrial system in which hugely competent social scientists and practitioners are actually working in very organized ways in order to make us feel and behave in certain ways. I'm not talking about any conspiracy. I'm just talking the whole of the marketing industry again is exactly that. How to stimulate different sort of responses that are beneficial for either commercial or political purposes, and very often propaganda purposes as well. So that sort of ecosystem of the weaponized social sciences is something that we are not taught how to resist. And it's very difficult to do that anyway, because most of those triggers are based on various cognitive biases that we have evolved over the hundreds of thousands and millions of years. They are simply hardwired very often in our brains, and it's not very difficult to trigger them. Professor Daniel Kahneman and many others who in the last about 30 years of the development of the cognitive sciences have shown us how the brain, and the mind particularly works more than in the whole of the history of civilization so far, actually have proven how easy it is to kind of fall prey to different cognitive biases and the triggers that actually trigger them. So developing the training for moderating our impulses, so actually training our impulses so that we can control them at least a little bit, becomes a very, very important factor in the modern world. Which leads me to the third one, if you go to the next slide, please. And the third one is as a consequence of the very concerted effort to influence us via archetypal narratives and triggering and stimulating our impulses. Probably the biggest illiteracy in the modern world, and one of the weakest spots that we have, is the thing that I've called the attention literacy or illiteracy, meaning that very few of us know how to control our attention, which is what the cognitive scientists would tell you is a very limited resource at the best of times. But particularly when you live in a society, in a system that is specifically designed to trigger our attention at every possible moment, because attention is the currency that could be monetized in the best way in the modern media sphere. As the people in Google used to say, money follows attention. Then basically this particular literacy becomes really, really important. Why? Because if we are a little bit more literate, we would know how to resist the calls to consume as much content as we can, for example. And this is called, the phenomenon is called digital obesity. And we are, most of us, digitally obese in the modern digital space, particularly the younger generations who are actually addicted to their screens very often and do show the signs of real being addicted actually to those devices. So it's kind of a big question for the modern society what to do about that. And the second bit of the attention literacy or illiteracy is the algorithmic education. We are surrounded by algorithms. Very often we make a personal decisions and collective decisions based on the results that the algorithms present to us. And understanding how algorithms actually work, and they are not unbiased, they are not agnostic, they are not independent, they always do have a certain aim in them, and that aim is usually commercial, again, would help us manage the works of the algorithms and our decisions based on them a little bit better. And then the fourth one, when we put all of that together, if you can go to the next slide, please, is actually the consequence of all these previous ones. And what do I mean by that? More and more, the modern society actually requires us to work as a team and to work in a team. The whole of the fourth industrial revolution is in many ways predicated on the teamwork of various experts who are working as a unit, and the digital guys in the Silicon Valley are going to tell you that the unit of delivery of almost any project anywhere is the team, it's not an individual. Now we have to be trained for working in a team, we have to be team literate, but that's going to be very, very difficult if we don't have the attention and we can't control our impulses quite well, which means that the teams are not going to be very, very functional. So controlling these things and being trained in those things is one of the best, probably for me at least, platforms for enabling people to prepare themselves for the fourth industrial revolution. This new shift in how our economies and societies are going to work from the economic point of view is going to be based a lot on self-learning. And self-learning without the discipline of attention and without being able to control the impulses of various kinds is not going to be a happy story. And that's why it's absolutely critical to develop it. And also being able to deliver within a team, because our societies actually requires more better teams in various aspects of our lives. The next slide, please. The fifth literacy, and again, surprisingly not being taught in our schools, and I'm literally mean almost nowhere in the world, or at least not properly, is the statistical literacy. Numbers, as we know, are very important in our lives, and what we call science and evidence-based decision-making is based on numbers. But the question is then, what kind of numbers and in what particular context? And here, statistics is very often used to either justify certain actions, justify as the basis for certain stories. But statistics, as you know, could be used this way or that way. So there are three specific literacies regarding statistics that I would like to point out. One is knowing the base. If we are comparing things, if we are trying to compare things in our societies, if we are trying to compare successes, if we are trying to compare achievements, if we are devising trajectories for development, then knowing the real base from where we are starting is an incredibly important thing. Manipulation of the base, as you know, is very often the manipulation of the message. The second statistical aspect is the being able to distinguish and use properly the notions of typical versus average. And here I'm particularly referring to Professor Todd Rose from Harvard, who in his absolutely phenomenal book called The End of Average has really, in a lot of detail, proved that average simply does not work as a measure of anything on an individual level. And at the moment, most of the educational systems in the world are based on measuring the average performance of individual pupils, with absolutely catastrophic results, as we know, for the individuals, but very often for many of the areas of the social and societal development, because we are not measuring the right things, or we are not measuring things in the right particular way. Averages on an individual levels are largely useless. However, typical is not. Typical is not average because of the statistical variations, as we know, and the outliers that can skew the story, but actually focusing on the typical could be more useful than the average. And finally, our notions of probability. Cognitively, evolutionary, we are simply very weak in imagining the probabilities of the future happenings. And that's another training that we require. And think about the social system and the propensity of people to save for their retirement, for pensions. Most of the problems that we have today, why people are not naturally inclined to do that, is because of very, very weak processing of probability in our brains and our minds. And training people from that particular angle, I believe, would help, apart from all the nudges and the behavioral economic things that we also know about, would help actually a lot more people and the society as a whole to envisage the future in a little bit more realistic terms and relevant terms. And finally, the sixth literacy is in many ways the most important. If you can go to the next slide, please. It can literally change the world. Creativity is very often referred to as the God's resource or the ultimate resource. When everything else fails, we as a human species always have our creative faculties to draw on. And literally, sometimes it looks like create magic out of the thin air. But we also need to have an environment that is conducive to creativity. And teaching creativity should be one of the key aspects of any society that actually is thinking about its own future. What does that mean? There's lots of aspects of creativity, and creativity could be defined in so many different ways. But I think there's three specific things that we can put in practice relatively quickly within our education, not just education, but various other societal systems. One is to start rewarding the troublemakers instead of punishing the troublemakers. That concept today becoming much more prevalent in the world of business and education is called neurodiversity. And neurodiversity, now there are business consultancies, recruitment consultancies who are recruiting neurodivergent people. Google, Silicon Valley, similar companies as well have a huge drive about neurodiversity. According to some statistics, about a quarter of all the engineers at Google are on the autistic spectrum. And that actually means that their brains work in phenomenally powerful ways, in many unusual, powerful ways. And companies like that are trying to actually turn that to their advantage. So reward people who are cognitively different, people who actually do not want to do things in the same old way, people who want to try it differently, people who rock the boat, people who are eccentric, people who are not agreeing. Because very often these troublemakers are the space where innovation actually happens. But in order to do that, people need to be encouraged for that. And also, when we measure the success of our educational systems, we usually try to measure everything. But how about providing some non-assessed time? Having time in our education environments and business environments where things are not measured, where the time is dedicated to thinking and feeling. And again, I can draw on many companies in this space who are actually allowing, let's say, at Google again, 20% of their time to spend on things that they believe are going to be interesting projects. Some very often related to the company, but often not related to the company, some pro bono projects and something like that. And people just go and think outside of the KPIs, outside of the OKRs, outside of any other metrics, whatever we call them, that are supposed to be measuring performance. Because as Professor Roger Martin from MIT once said, you cannot analyze your path to innovation. Sometimes you just have to make that leap, and that leap usually comes from creativity. So for me, these 6 literacies are very important new narrative platforms that the society in transformation, particularly at this particular moment in the modern world, should be considering. We can redraw the lines of our administrative areas, but I don't really think that the actual transformational success is going to happen until we redraw the lines in our minds as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lazar. I think this was a very inspiring contribution, criticizing the way we are educating at the moment, criticizing the way we transmit or what kind of competences we prioritize in our day-to-day life and education system. This is certainly also something that's very important for You Lead with Europe, as we also have our major focus on strengthening capacities, human development, and definitely you gave us some food for thought. The sentence which I will probably remember most is rewarding the troublemakers instead of punishing them. If that were true when I was young, I would be a billionaire probably, but I don't know if I did the right trouble or not. So thanks a lot already for this bon mot. Before we start into the question session, I just would like to refer again to the poll which we organized. For technical reasons, the QR code was not shown, but the links were functioning. So we will now share the QR code again, so you can have access to the question we prepared. We take a minute, or not a minute, but a couple of moments, so that you can scan the code and access the poll. And later on, we will take a look at it and see what are the preferences in terms of the various literacies we've learned about. So thanks a lot. And if I may start with one question, Lazar, thanks again for this inspiring input. When I read your article, one quotation really struck me. It says, no one sleeps in front of a voting booth to be the first one to vote in the morning. We do it in front of Apple stores. And I think this is exactly what your article, if I may interpret it in this way, is addressing. It is addressing the way we can defend ourselves against threats that, or against tendencies that threat our ability to exercise democratic rights and our voice and our agency. So could you maybe elaborate a bit more on the relationship between democracy and your 6 literacies?
Thank you very much for the question. It's an absolutely critical question for this particular debate, because I think that democracy simply can't even survive, let alone advance, if we do not start paying attention to these literacies, frankly. The interfaces, and why is this important? I think that one of the things to start with, we have become really good consumers, but we actually not as good citizens. And that's because the prevalent archetypal narratives of the commercial sphere are simply much, much stronger than anything else that we are facing in the modern world, apart from populism. And populism is just another way to sell a relatively trivial product, but it looks like it's not very trivial. So it's the same mechanism based on archetypal narratives. And we are suckers for it simply because our brains very often cannot resist. Why? Because the system around us has trained us to respond to those kind of narratives. So we have become really good consumers, but as citizens, we are lacking a bit. And this is the imbalance that I believe had to be addressed.
Yes, thanks a lot. And I see that, let's say here between the lines, that you are not really optimistic about us acquiring these literacies in the nearest future. But if I may reflect a bit on the relevance of these literacies to local development and local self-government. I mean, what's happening, for example, in Ukraine right now with decentralization reform is just that we kind of that the local governments are confronting the challenge to be a lot more proactive, to show initiative, to show responsibility and self-control, something you stress also in your contribution. So basically, we have high expectations with regard to them fulfilling kind of effectively the new responsibilities that are being passed down from higher levels of government. How would you kind of initiate, or what do you think is necessary to initiate such process of empowerment, of responsibility, of also creative experimentation with new approaches, something we expect now local governments to initiate?
I believe there's the short term and the long term here. The long term certainly is the redesigning the educational system, of course, is the key thing from the very ground up and from very early years all the way up. But that's a long-term solution. The shorter-term solution is being aware of these needs for these particular literacies, and start imbuing them into various parts of the system, particularly referring to the multi-level governance aspect of it, which means that train people in these kind of ways of thinking, allow people to start applying some of these ways of thinking in what they do. Particularly, start collaborating with different societal actors outside of just narrowly defined governmental structures, to actually allow them to bring some of these literacies into the system. And it could be fantastic projects that could be done together with various NGOs and various other societal stakeholders who actually dwell in or are experts in these particular literacies and help us do it together. It also means working with the media, which kind of leads me to the whole kind of that big question of the political economy of the modern media sphere and the political economy of attention, which is basically at the heart of everything, because media can only survive if they monetize attention, and it shouldn't be that way. So the question is actually what kind of a media reform we need as well. All of these things can help drive things in the right direction.
Thanks a lot. I think that you raise a very, very important issue, and as you mentioned, kind of the political economy of media, you termed it. Well, I see that you also wrote the challenges to the status quo is simply too big. Yeah, so again, a bit, can we manage kind of acquiring these literacies? Can we change the educational system in a way that we can defend ourselves from threats? I personally sometimes have the feeling that, yeah, we are not necessarily improving and acquiring the literacies. Maybe we're even getting more illiterate. Yeah, maybe we're losing literacy. For example, at the moment, facts and research insights are being put into question. Of course, you also mentioned that in the end, it's a matter also of interpretation. But we see the tendency that gut feeling is kind of being accepted as being a fact. So my question is, are we becoming even more illiterate in some dimensions?
And again, you're asking really good questions. It is one of the critical questions. And sad to say, yes, we are, actually. We are because of, we can see it all around us, of course. And I'm thinking the world overall, not just individual countries, but we are. Simply because these illiteracies have been allowed for too long to kind of run unaddressed. And even worse than that, they've been actively stimulated. So many of the spheres of the modern societies actually have been working to increase these kind of illiteracies instead of trying to mitigate them. And I think that this is one of the crunch moments, not just today, but in the next few years, maybe 5 to 10 years, if you're unlucky, maybe even sooner, that we're going to be seeing some sort of a big moment of waking up, that we need to see, okay, this is simply got to the wall, we need to start changing things. And this is then the question about what should we start changing? And frankly, understanding what the key problems are, where the key problems are coming from. I've done lots of research and lots of thinking about this area, and in a way kind of all goes back to these 6 things. So I believe that we would have to start redesigning the ways that we organize our societies in these ways as well, which are not just functional and not traditional. We have to go into these untraditional, non-traditional narratives and transitional pathways in order to address that particular change. Am I a pessimist or an optimist? Short term, certainly a pessimist. Long term, probably an optimist. And I have to say, I'm not so much kind of optimist in the power of the elites to change this, although we may be surprised, but actually in the powers of the new generations who are political in different ways, who are commercial in different ways, whose notions of meaning of life is different or hugely to slightly different from the previous generations. And I believe that the real change may come when they get the reins of our society. Probably not going to happen very soon.
Yes, I think, it is good to hear that you are, in the end, optimistic about the future and about the next generations. Probably the most important question is whether it is too late or not when the next generations are reigning, but we are working hard to also change current generations, of course.
And if I can jump in on that one, Helge, I do apologize. I think
problem.
that Ukraine now, because we are talking about Ukraine and the situation in Ukraine, the reform and the transformation, that is an absolutely ideal timing for at least start thinking about this. Simply because there's not a lot of countries in our immediate environment at the moment who are going through this kind of transformation. And seizing this particular moment to just kind of, again, look up from just the administration and look up to the actual societal narratives and the ways how we're going to reform the minds of the country as well. It's the perfect timing, perfect moment to start at least thinking and even experimenting with some of these things, because experiments are relatively quick and relatively cheap and certainly can kind of start proving the principles that we are talking about here. Some of these things are going to be quite difficult to measure short term. They are usually long term, longitudinal kind of generational things. But short term, we can see within a few years, we can see some of the initial kind of indicators whether this is going in the right direction or not. And that should encourage us to keep going.
Yes, I totally agree. I mean, experimentation is surely something we need at the moment. The big question again is here if we can accept failure then as well. Yeah, so we need also to be prepared to have a failure culture and in the end to deal with the consequences.
Absolutely. I mean, in some of the companies in the West, particularly again Silicon Valley, and it's not a coincidence that these guys are kind of reigning over us at the moment. FAIL is an acronym, actually, and it's a positive acronym. It's defined as the first attempt in learning.
All right. Okay. This is I'm learning, and definitely you converted something rather negative in something rather positive. Thanks a lot for that. This is exactly what we expected from this conversation. We have some results from the poll, and I would like to take a look now at the results of the question. Aha, and okay, unsurprisingly, I see a strong leader here, but please, I pass the floor to you. What do you see?
Yes, absolutely. It's not surprising to me, actually, that these two are quite high, and the algorithms as well, simply because they reflect our reality, but also other societal debates that we have. But you can't have creativity without having the ability to disagree. You cannot have creativity without being able to control your impulses in a way. But also, on the other hand, knowing how to recognize, how to master the archetypal narratives, because very often creativity is being able to create a new powerful story as well. Not just kind of inventing a technical thing, but even that can come from a new powerful narrative in your head. So I think that these are the things that we are discussing a lot and are familiar to a lot of people. I think that the very first one actually is the most dangerous one if we don't address it. That's my take on it. We are not even aware how archetypal narratives work on us and how they reflect the evolutionary traits that we have and the various cognitive biases, how they triggered almost completely automatically. And for me, one of the key things that we should start teaching kids from very, very early on, how to resist archetypal narratives, how to spot them, how to deconstruct them, how to actually pick them apart and even resist. And if you remember in Harry Potter films, we had something called the defense from the dark arts. This is what we are talking about here.
Thanks a lot. Yes, there you're saying something very important. I think that our defense capabilities, this is something where I also see that in the future we need to invest a lot. So thanks a lot. I wanted to address one last issue with you. You mentioned also as one literacy, the teamwork literacy, which even when I was decades ago in school was stressed a lot, but I still encounter it that teamwork is still something that is kind of something new to certain contexts, even sometimes myself. If we now talk about decentralization reform, here it is not about individuals cooperating, but about institutions cooperating. So my question is, how can we promote cooperation between not individuals, but institutional setups that have their life of their own, that consist of individuals, of rules and norms, and how can we then, of course, make it relevant also to kind of the decentralization reform in Ukraine, where we need cooperation between municipalities, but also levels of government. So how do we get, institutions to work together?
Thank you very much for that. Can I just kindly ask you how much time do we have before I answer the question?
We have just a couple of minutes left, 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. First of all, I always vote, let's kind of start building the institutional culture that is going to say, how can we have as much neurodiversity in decision-making that we can? Meaning moving away from the group think and moving closer to the diverse thinking, which means introducing in the teams that are exploring particular societal issues or want to make a decision on certain things, people who are just coming from those areas, understand those areas, but are quite different from us, which means various non-political actors, various academic actors, various NGO, civil sector actors, and so on and so forth. People who are simply not part of the system, as we call them. And we have to welcome those people. The traditional impulse of the system is to reject those guys. Why? Because they're rocking the boat. So it's a cultural issue more than anything else, that a culture needs at least start needs to start being created, that we invite all these other guys to help us explore the issue and then start making slightly more creative and slightly more different decisions. And actually on all possible levels of the governments, I would say the whole thing goes. That would also kind of include a collaboration, would be a little bit easier between the higher levels and the lower levels, simply because you've got the connective tissue, which is the people from the outside of the system without the hierarchical notions and things like that they have to follow, sometimes subconsciously, but actually people who just kind of want to suggest certain new way to do things. And these guys tend to be kind of hierarchy independent. Maybe that could be one of the ways.
Yes, I would agree. It will be a challenge. I mean, myself as a political scientist, the first rule I learned was when I joined the bureaucracy, you stand where you sit. So you defend the position of your location, of your post, and breaking up these kind of norms and these structures will definitely kind of require some substantial effort. So Lazar, thanks a lot for this conversation. I think it was extremely inspiring. I think all of those who listened today, when they open YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, they will think about the algorithms behind, they will think about the attention, what we are paying attention to, what our attention span is. They will think about averages or typicals or medians or other all the different dimensions you have mentioned. So it was really a very kind of eye-opening conversation and speech and input from your side. Thanks a lot, and on behalf of ULEAD, on behalf of the entire audience. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing you also in person and discussing these issues with you further. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and this was Neurodiversity in Practice.
Thank you, Helge. Thank you, Lazar. This has been really fascinating and engaging, and now all of us, we know that we have to learn in a new way. Helge, I think that you and I can take the same courses taught by Lazar and there become people of new age, of course, if we can do it, if it works out for us. So in fact, we are wrapping it up for today. According to our program, we also have a short speech by Bastian Feigl. We only have 2 to 3 minutes for that. Therefore, I would like to turn the floor to Mr. Bastian. He has to show up somewhere. Oh, sorry. I have confused it. No, it's not today. For today, it's over. I've been thinking about tomorrow. I'm thinking of tomorrow, looking forward to it, because our program for tomorrow is really interesting. We were talking about trust and people in the context of development. There will be very interesting discussion panels and workshops presented to your attention. This day has been really long, and I hope it's been interesting and engaging for you. I hope that tomorrow it will be no less interesting. Please come and join us for day 2 and put a check for yourself, for your attention, that at 10 you will have to join us on Facebook, on YouTube, on the site of our conference. We're going to stream live tomorrow just as today. I hope we have given you very good and fine food for thought for this evening, and tomorrow we are going to continue exchanging different ideas from various experts from all over the world. Thank you for being with us today, and see you back tomorrow.